A loud roar echoed through the village as a huge fox with 9 swishing tails. Its fur a dark, bloodish red, and its eyes, its powerful blood-red pupils with black slits that can stare deep into your soul glared down upon the mortals that were scampering and running. Its claws as sharp as any blade slashed and cut through buildings, crushing any and all in its way. "It's the Kyubi," quickly warned the Hokage. One of the ninjas screamed whilst running to the Hokage tower. The rest of the village had taken notice of the raging Biju approaching them, as shinobi were readying themselves for the onslaught. A small part of their forces were caring for the civilians and sending them to the shelters. Minato was nowhere to be found as the forces were gathering only for the shinobi no Kami Hiruzen Saratobi to appear. "Sandame-sama, the gates have been destroyed and the Kyubi has entered the village perimeter. What are your orders?" A random chunin asked. "Everyone under Jonin must pull back to the shelters. We need to make sure that the civilians stay safe," Hiruzen ordered. "The Jonin and A and B you shall attack the beast and stall it, which will give us time so we can seal it again." "Hi," they shouted. "Now go," stated Hiruzen as the ninja scattered. "Or, go find Minato, the rest of you follow me." They charged as the other shinobi jumped up to the rooftops and skidded towards the Nine Tails. Almost half of the village fallen to the rampaging beast. Corpses of villagers and ninjas littered the streets as they passed them. Thousands of jutsus were fired at the fox, which was starting to annoy him. "Arg, you filthy humans!" Kyubi roared as it slashed its claws towards the ground, crushing many shinobi under his mighty paws. "Fire style, great firestorm," Fagaki shouted as he and his clansmen all launched blazes of fire at the same time, causing the flames to form a tsunami of raging fire as it roared itself to the fox. Pathetic Uchiha Kurama laughed, and with a swish of a tail the fire disappeared. He then unleashed his massive chakra, sending the Uchiha that attacked him flying a few feet. He was about to form a Bijidama when suddenly the Uzumaki sealing chains rose from the ground and began to bind him. He was pushed to the ground as he struggled greatly to break free. "What? These chains? Could it be?" "Kushina," the fox roared in anger. "Not really, little kid," Kara Uzumaki teased, making the fox look down upon her. "You," Kyubi roared. "I'm surprised you remember me, Kitling. It's me, Kara Uzumaki. Now be a good foxy and sit there like a good boy, so can we seal you up again." "How dare you treat me, the mighty Kyubi, like a sniveling little child," he snarled, letting out a roar. "And you can forget about sealing me. No seal can hold me." Kara Uzumaki. Saratobi summoned Enma as the Monkey King turned into the adamantine staff as he had it enlarged and struck the beast in the head. "Quickly, I stunned it for a short minute. Use your strongest jutsus on it." The shinobi nodded as they began to go through hand signs as they unleashed fire style, water style, earth style, even lightning style jutsus at the fox, causing a little damage. Hiruzen was about to use his jutsu when a flash of yellow appeared next to him. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. "Minato, where have you been? Don't you know that we are being attacked by the Kyubi?" Hiruzen demanded. "Your sister-in-law can barely hold on with their chakra chains." The Yondaime chuckled. "I was with my wife. She was having our children. I'm finally a father," he said before getting serious. "Until that masked man came in and ripped the fox out of my wife." Kara interrupted him. "Minato, as much as I want to hear the rest of your story, we have more important matters at the moment," she screamed as her chakra chains suddenly failed as one of the fox's massive paws got free and swung at her as she was immediately crushed by him. Minato gasped as Hiruzen quickly reminded him that the Kyubi is almost close to the center of the village and that the only hope that we have now is to seal it. The Yondaime knew that there was only one seal powerful enough to hold the Nine Tails, the Reaper Death Seal. "You're right, Hiruzen-sama, and I will be using the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine Tails into my children, but I'll separate the fox to ensure it can't break out," Minato said with a pained look on his face. "I can't ask anyone else to sacrifice their child if I can't do the deed myself." "Minato, let me do the sealing," Hiruzen replied, shocking Minato. "I have lived a long life, and you're still young. The village needs you now," he said with a smile. "The only thing I ask you is to keep your children safe and treat them all equal." Kanahagakure Hospital. Minato flashed back to his wife, who was with their children. With a heavy heart, he told her that he was going to seal the 9 tails into their children to save the village. As always, Kushina forbade it, as she didn't want her children to suffer the fate of being a Jinchuriki. Kushina-chan, I don't want to do this, but I have no choice. The village will fall if I don't seal the fox away. Minato said sadly but firmly. Please, Kushina, it's for the best, surely you understand. Minato used me to seal the 9 tails. You know the hardships Jinchuriki face. I wouldn't wish that upon my children. Kushina cried. Kushina, they need you in order to control the fox. Besides, you'll be able to teach them things I can't, things only a mother would know. But they need their father. She sobbed. And the village needs their Hokage right now. Please, Kushina, remember our family is shinobi. The will of the village comes first. Kushina was about to retort, but sadly she herself couldn't help but agree. Konoha was her home, and like any ninja, she must put aside personal feelings for the safety of the village. She let out a little cry as she held the children to her husband. Minato could only look down upon the beautiful children that they made. Minma, the eldest, had their father's spiky hair, but Kushina's eyes. Naruto was a perfect clone of Kushina with red hair, but with blue eyes. The yondaime smiled sadly and hugged them close. Forgive me, my children, that I must make you become Jinchuriki, but I promise you that your mom will always protect you. I will make sure that you have the happiest childhood you could ever want with her. Minato cried as he flashed back to the battlefield. Battlefield, village gates. Hiruzen was going through the hand signs for the earth release, mud swamp jutsu, as the Kyuubi suddenly became stuck in the muddy depths, restricting all of his movements. It looked to be trapped, but even he shouldn't underestimate the 9 tails. It would soon be a matter of time before it got free again. The sounds of cracks in the earth only added to his fear. He soon gasped as the 9 tails rose his head to the sky and opened his mouth as it was gathering energy for a Baijidama. Damn it, if that thing finishes its attack, the village is done for, Hiruzen said grimly. Suddenly, a large poof of smoke appeared above the fox as Gambunta the Toad Boss landed on the fox, preventing it from launching its attack. I don't think so, Furball, Gambunta said. D-damn you, Kyuubi roared. Now was the moment for Minato to begin the sealing, as he was about to begin the hand signs when he was stopped by the third Hokage. Minato, I said I would do the sealing. Remember, I am an old man, and it's time for you to lead the young generation. Now hand me the children, and I will seal the 9 tails into them. But Minato stopped him as he refused to let his predecessor sacrifice himself if he couldn't do it himself. Minato sighed as he performed the hand signs as a fast rate. Finishing the last hand sign, he shouted, Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin. Suddenly the air got cold as the Shinigami appeared in all of her ethereal glory. Her appearance was ghost-like, her face hidden by a demon mask. She was dressed in whitish-gray robes with a necklace in her left hand and a katana in her right hand. In front of her, bound in ghostly whips, was Minato's soul. Who dares summon me? The goddess demanded. Forgive me, Shinigami-sama, Minato stated as he spoke to the goddess. I wish to offer my soul as payment to seal the Kyuubi's chakra into Minma and the soul of the Kyuubi into my youngest son Naruto. The Shinigami smirked. Very well, mortal, I will seal the beast within your children. The goddess thrusted her hand into Minato's back as it reached through the man's frail body and towards the 9 tails. Kurama gasped in fear as the ghostly hand made contact. No, no, I will not be sealed again, no. The fox screamed as he was separate and pulled into Minma and Naruto. The 8-trigram seal appeared on the baby's bellies as the sealing was complete. However, the Shinigami noticed something strange about Naruto as she saw future events, and it brought a smile, a dark, evil smile upon her face. You are the one, Naruto. I can tell you are a special boy, and you can be the one that will save and change her for the better, she smiled, gazing down upon the sleeping red-haired baby as she raised her arm up to the moon as an orb flew into her open palm. She then placed the orb within Naruto as Naruto's chakra color went from blue to white. Good luck, little one, I have sealed Kagaya's power within you. I know you'll use it wisely and change the world. The goddess then turned towards the yondaime as she grinned a bit, which frightened him. I won't be taking your soul, mortal. What? Minato said shockingly. He couldn't believe that he was being spared, but he felt there was some kind of catch. I'll get your soul one day, and I am a very patient woman. She laughed darkly, making Minato shiver. But don't make me regret sparing your life. This is a one-time deal, but don't take my decision as an act of mercy, she snarled as she vanished. Minato sighed a sigh of relief as he picked up his children and flashed back to his wife. The village was saved thanks to the noble sacrifice of Minato. The following day of the attack, Minato announced to the village of the noble sacrifice he performed to save the village. My people of Konohagakure, Minato announced. Today our village suffered a major blow from the attack of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. We lost many loved ones who gave their lives to help us defeat it. Today we honor their sacrifice, especially my sister-in-law Kara Uzumaki. It was thanks to her bloodline and her few ninjutsu skills that we were able to contain it. So the Kyuubi is gone for good? A villager asked. Yes, I was able to summon the Shinigami herself to help me defeat the Kyuubi. But since the fox is pure chakra, I had no other option but to seal it away into my son. He and his wife then held up their 2 sons to the village. My eldest son Minma Namikaze holds the chakra of the fox and will use it to protect the village. He praised, but somehow he forgot to mention Naruto. The village cheered for their yondaime and their saviors, while savior as they view Minma as the hero who stripped the demon fox of its power. Minato and Kushina had trust in the village to treat their children with respect for their sacrifice. However, nobody took notice of Naruto, who was consumed by strange white chakra. Minato knew that his children was going to be happy, and he was going to ensure that happened. A burial was held to honor those who lost their lives in their fight with the Kyuubi. Among them was Kara Uzumaki, the older sister of Kushina. She was one of the village's greatest seal masters. Her skills in the art gave rise to future seal masters. Kushina was heartbroken when she heard her sister died to save the village. She vowed to raise her children to be like their aunt and teach them what it means to be a real Uzumaki. However, that wasn't to be, as Jiraiya had arrived at his office that afternoon telling him about a prophecy that talked about his children. A child will be born from the mighty tree. He will have powers of ancients long forgotten. With power of the divine beast, he will save the world or become its destruction. If shrouded in darkness, the child of prophecy will bring death to all in its path. If shrouded in love and light, the child will bring the cycle of hatred to an end. He will bear the light of the moon and will use its power to bring peace. Upon hearing that, Jiraiya told his student that he believed that it was Minma since he held the 9 tails chakra, along with the fact that the fox was a divine beast whose powers were of ancient descent. It was then decided that they will leave the village to train their eldest to control the fox's power, but it also meant that they had to leave their son Naruto behind. They called Lord Hiruzen to his office to discuss their plan. Hiruzen answered their call with Orochimaru at his side. Yes, Minato? Hiruzen asked. You summoned me for something? Yes, Hiruzen, I have summoned you here to retake the mantle of Hokage for a while. Why? The aged Hokage wondered. Why not have Orochimaru fill in for you? Orochimaru would be a good choice, but you have the experience. What aren't you telling us, Minato? Orochimaru asked. Letting out a sigh, Minato revealed his plan to train Minma to harness the Kyuubi's chakra at their capital in the Fire Capital. When Orochimaru asked if they will also train Naruto, since the soul of the Kyuubi was more tempting and manipulative than the chakra, Minato told them with a heavy heart that Naruto was going to be left behind. Minato, you can't be serious about this, exclaimed Hiruzen with wide eyes. I'm very serious, Hiruzen, Minato responded seriously. But he's your son. You can't just dump him like he's a disposable toy, retorted Lord Third. We aren't doing anything of the sort, replied Kushina harshly. She thought that the third Hokage would understand their reasons for doing this. Doesn't seem like it, Orochimaru scoffed while holding Naruto in his arms. Minma needs training in order to gain control of Kyuubi's chakra. We're going to take him to our estate in the Fire Capital. We've already talked to the Fire Daimyo, and he's already agreed. What about Naruto? Are you just going to leave him here on his own? Asked Hiruzen, referring to the young red head in his prized student's arms. We can't bring Naruto with us. It's too dangerous for him to come with us, Minato said, taking a step back from the former Hokage's glare. And how, pray tell, is his parents leaving him on his own not dangerous? Orochimaru growled. We have to put all of our attention on Minma because of the demon chakra. Since Naruto has the soul of the Kyuubi, He won't need any special training, Kushina stated. Plus, with Kumo and IWA still angry at them since the previous war, they'll be gunning for Minato and Kushina whenever they can, said Jiraiya. With Naruto in the village, he will be protected and safe from any assassins they sent. Plus, no one will know of his heritage. Like hell he will, the snake Sannin thought to himself. I know this village won't accept little Naruto-chan since they fear what they don't understand. Hiruzen unleashed so much Ki that it was suffocating to Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya. It disturbed Minma, but it didn't really affect Naruto for some strange reason. Where will he stay while you're gone? He demanded. Well, we can't have him living with any of the clans as that would draw suspicion towards him, and we'd prefer it if nobody but you, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Orochimaru know about this, Minato stated. So it would be best that he stays in an orphanage, Kushina said as she was sweating from Hiruzen's Ki that was drilling holes through their faces. Oh hell no. Orochimaru hissed as he let out killer intent, but it was masked over by the killer intent of the third wind as he felt the men's anger as he whimpered and started to cry. Orochimaru gasped as he realized that they were scaring little Naruto. Oh Naruto, Uncle Snake is so sorry. We were just a little mad at your parents were sorry. An orphanage? You want your little boy to grow up in an orphanage? Hiruzen growled, not liking this one bit. It's perfectly safe, it won't draw any suspicion, and when you tell everyone that Naruto has the soul of the QB, he will be declared a hero among the populace. We'll train Minma, and until he turns 13, we will come back to be with Naruto, Minato said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with his student. I'll drop in here and now to check up on Naruto. The Toad Sage couldn't stay in the village for long as he had to help Minato and Kushina train their eldest Minma, who he believed was the child of prophecy. Tsunade was going with them as she was the children's personal doctor to ensure that they won't get injured anytime soon. She was after all their grandmother. That's right, Tsunade had a one-night stand with a man named Hans Namikaze and ended up pregnant with Minato. She cared for her son like any mother would, and she was going to be there to take care of her grandchildren. Well, one of them. You've truly become a fool, Minato, to think that this plan of yours will work. I should have made the better decision and declared Orochimaru the fourth Hokage instead of you, Hiruzen said in disdain. Minato winced at those words, as did the others, as they never thought that they would hear those kind of words coming from Saratobi's mouth. Regardless of what you may think of us, Hiruzen, we won't change our minds. We will take Minma to our estate in the Fire Capital and train him to control the Kyuubi's chakra, and nothing you say will change our minds, Kushina said in a firm and stubborn tone. Hiruzen and Orochimaru stood up as they glared their darkest glare at the group, which scared them a little, but the group stood their ground. The third Hokage glare was directed towards Kushina as the redhead felt that immense killer intent increase. But it wasn't as intense as the snake's killer intent. I can't believe that you, Kushina, would abandon one child for the other. This clearly shows me that you are play favorites with your children. Orochimaru sneered. Kushina growled. I am not playing favorites, you bag of scales, she ranted. Yes, you are Kushina. You're leaving Naruto behind because he isn't a QB-powered child. However, this does proves one other thing, he growled. Really? And what does it prove, Orochimaru? Kushina replied. You're a blood traitor, he shouted, shocking them, especially Kushina. A true Uzumaki does not abandon family for any reason, especially for some prophecy told by an old toad. A true Uzumaki stands by their family, their whole family. And because you are choosing to favor Minma over Naruto, this shows and proves you are nothing more than a blood traitor, he roared as he stopped to catch his breath. You're treading on thin ice, Snake. Kushina is doing this for both of her sons. Her duty is to the world, Swanda shouted. Her duty is to be a mother, Orochimaru retorted, glaring at Kushina. Your duty is to take care of both of your children. As I recall, you swore to your sister that you would raise both of your children to become like her, to represent what a true Uzumaki is. Kushina stood there for a minute and was about to retort when Hiruzen interrupted her again. Get out, all of you. At this moment you have all lost my respect, especially you, Kushina. I thought that after what Mito taught you about family, you would take those to heart, but clearly you care more about the prophecy than your own son, Hiruzen stated. You clearly don't understand the severity of the situation, Minato said sternly. Exactly. You're getting upset over nothing, said Jiraiya. Hiruzen tried to hold his rage in before calling his Anbu. Weasel. You called Lord Third, Weasel said, bowing to him. Itachi, please escort this bunch from my office. I can't stand the sight of them. Also take them to the edge of the village gate as they are leaving for the fire capital, Hiruzen sneered. Hi. Itachi shouted as he escorted Minato and his group out of the office. Hiruzen sighed as he watched from the window as the Namakazes and the remaining Sannin left. Unknown to them, a certain deity watched the whole thing, and boy oh boy was she not happy. Kami's realm, Shinigami's domain. Shinigami roared as she shoved her stack of paperwork off her desk, and then threw the desk into the wall, breaking it in half. She was really pissed, and I mean pissed, and that rarely ever happens. The reason being for her anger was a certain blonde-haired human that she spared. That bastard, she screamed, punching a hole in the wall. I, being the generous goddess, spared that blonde-haired monkey's life after sealing the 9 tails into his children, and he goes and abandons his youngest like he doesn't matter because he doesn't hold the fox's chakra. Oh, by the gods, I'll kill him. She sat down in her chair and rubbed her head. Mortals were always so defiant when the gods grant them certain privileges like power or knowledge, or sometimes rarely eternal life. She never really believed in humankind that her sister Kami made. To her, they were flesh bags or her little playthings until a certain baby blonde seemed to worm his way into her cold and stone heart. The boy was special, but she couldn't understand why, but she didn't dwell on it. Right now, she had to think of a way to get revenge on Minato Namikaze. Having a migraine against sister? Yami asked as she and Kami, entering her office, her destroyed office, placed a cup of jasmine tea on her desk. It's that blonde bastard of Konoha. She then took hold of her cup of tea and took a few sips. The warm taste of jasmine tea seemed to calm her a little. As you know, Kami, I sealed the 9 tails into Minato's children. Of course I remember. You spared his life so he could raise his family. Kami chuckled as she poured herself some tea and took a seat next to her death goddess sister. Most of his family, Shinigami growled. Yami turned her head towards her with wide eyes as she took her seat. What do you mean by most of his family? What aren't you telling me? That bastard and his slut abandoned their youngest son in favor of his siblings because he doesn't have the Kyuubi's chakra, she panted as she looked at her shocked sister. Kami put her cup down as she was shocked out of her mind. Her little sister was concerned about a human and not just any human, a child. She thought this must be some of her tricks or a jinjutsu as she did the hand signs to break the jinjutsu, only nothing happened. Well, my little sister actually cares about a human. I never thought I'd see the day, Kami thought to herself as she laughed. The Shinigami noticed her sister's laughter and growled, wondering why she was laughing at her. She then went wide-eyed. Her sister must have found out that she was concerned about a certain human. She groaned, knowing that she will never hear the end of this. Oh, go ahead, laugh it up, but rest assured I'm going to make sure that Minato and Kushina regret this for the rest of their lives, Shinigami said in a cold tone. Yami smirked. Really? And how are you going to do that? Last time I checked, we can't interfere with mortal affairs. It's the law, remember? Screw the rules, the death goddess shouted, shocking her sisters. I owe it to that poor boy, and I'm going to make sure that he has people that will raise him and will one day make Naruto so powerful Minato will be begging at his feet. She laughed evilly as she rubbed her hands together. Kami face-palmed at her sister. Her sister wasn't always one for following rules. She was a rebel. Hell, she wouldn't even listen to her most of the time. It's only when she threatened her would she fall into place, but now it seems that won't even work. However, Yami couldn't help but want to see how this would play out. She wondered what she would do for this human child named Naruto Uzumaki. Okay, sis, say, I let you do this. How are you going to make this up to the boy? Yami asked. The Shinigami gave Yami a smirk as her sisters knew right then and there what she had in mind. Kami couldn't believe that was even going to consider that. It was absolutely insane. Shini-chan, please, you can't possibly consider what I think you're considering, are you? Kami said. Death Goddess didn't reply. Instead, she disappeared in a swirl of crying and screaming tormented souls as she left Kami's realm and descended down to the mortal world. Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. They left. They actually left and abandoned Naruto here. Orochimaru growled as his rage increased tenfold. Hiruzen sighed as he sat down in the Hokage's seat. Yes, they left, and they wanted him to live in an orphanage. Like hell he will. A voice shouted. Naruto isn't going to live in any orphanage. Startled, the men took their defensive position to protect themselves and Naruto. They noticed a dark portal appear at the office door as a woman came out of it. Her appearance was dark but beautiful. Hiruzen demanded who she was. A dark chuckle made them quiver with fear as she looked up at them. I am here on good faith, Hiruzen, she chuckled. Who are you? Orochimaru hissed, getting his snakes ready to strike her. I am the one who helped Minato seal away the Kyuubi. Shinigami, they both gasped. Bingo, and the reason I'm here is for the little one. Shinigami, with all due respect, you can't take Naruto. He's only a baby, Hiruzen replied with a bit of desperation in his tone. Ha ha ha, she laughed. I haven't laughed this much in centuries, ha ha ha. I'm not here to take Naruto. I'm here to make up for what his parents did. Please tell me you'll devour their souls, the snake Sannin begged. Ha ha ha, maybe, but no, the goddess chuckled. What I am going to do is give Naruto a new set of parents. Ones that will show him good morals and raise him to be a proper shinobi. After all, he is the prophecy child. What? The men shouted. Naruto is the chosen one. Yes, he is. Now on to business. I'm going to return 2 people from the dead and restore them to their youth. They will become Naruto's new parents, and not only that, they will change the way of the village and bring back the true will of fire. Who are these people you're going to resurrect? Hiruzen asked. Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. She answered. Hiruzen froze in shock. The Shinigami was going to bring back the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf and the greatest seal mistress in Konoha back to life. Many thoughts were blowing through his mind like a wild storm. He was debating on whether or not this was the answer. One part of him told him to leave his sensei and his wife to rest in peace as they did their job. But the other part of him believed that having Hashirama back would set the village back on the right path. Plus, Hiruzen could finally retire. After all, Hashirama died young, so he was sure he could handle being Hokage again. Plus, this would be a good upbringing for Naruto. I believe it's a good idea, said Orochimaru, shocking his sensei. What are you saying, Orochimaru? Hiruzen asked. What I mean, sensei, is that Hashirama and Mito would be the perfect role models for him. Especially since this will be a shocker when Suanda and the others come back, the Sannin smirked. Well, the Shinigami asked impatiently. What do you say? Hiruzen sighed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Orochimaru. Having them back would greatly benefit not only the village, but Naruto as well. But may I ask, Shinigami-sama, why are you doing this? I owe it to the boy, she answered. Wow, who knew you had a heart? Orochimaru chuckled. Don't push it, Snake, she snarled. Well, I still agree it's a good idea, Hiruzen smiled. A wise choice. Now let's get started, she laughed as she clapped her hands together. Time to work some necromancy. She conjured up shadows as she gripped her scepter, and a large pentagram appeared on the floor. The floor broke apart as many souls were wailing from the underworld. The skies opened up as well as Hiruzen could see a blinding white light. I call to you from the land you were torn. Return to the world from where you were born. Arise, Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. The office shook as the Hokage and the Sannin held on to something and tried to shield Naruto from the ritual and its horrors. The graves of Hashirama and Mito exploded as the ritual took full effect and conjured up their souls. When the light died down, there they stood. Hashirama and Mito Senju Uzumaki in their youth. What's going on? Hashirama asked frantically. How are we back in Mito? He said, looking at his wife. You're young again. Mito looked herself over and looked into a nearby mirror and noticed her youthful appearance. She then looked back at her husband. So have you. But I don't understand, why are we back in the land of the living and at our youth? It's because of the Shinigami, Hiruzen said as they looked at him. Hiruzen, you're still the Hokage? Hashirama chuckled. Unfortunately, he sighed, smoking his pipe. Anyway, to answer your question, like my student said, the Shinigami herself brought you back. But why? Mito asked. Because of this special baby here, he said as Orochimaru introduced them to Naruto. This is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju, son of Minato Senju Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina? Well, so they finally tied the knot, Mito chuckled. Where are they? Well, that's the reason you were resurrected. You might want to sit down for this, Hiruzen said, motioning them to take a seat. They took their seat as Hiruzen explained the entire situation to them, from the Kyuubi attack to Minato and Kushina abandoning their youngest son so they could train their eldest child to control the Kyuubi's chakra. Upon finishing the story, Hiruzen got the response he was looking for. Hashirama was angry no scratch, that pissed off at the disgraceful act committed by his great-grandson and granddaughter. But his anger wasn't even close to the rage Mito Senju was now radiating. Mito felt betrayed that Kushina would betray her teachings on family and what it meant to be an Uzumaki. To abandon one's own child was a sin to the Uzumaki clan, and those who committed this were greatly punished for it. Where are they now? Mito seethed. They are at the capital and won't be back till Naruto turns 13 years old. The snake replied. I see, she said coldly. May I hold him? She asked softly. Orochimaru nodded and placed Naruto in her arms. Mito and Hashirama could see many of the Senju and Uzumaki blood traits in him, from the Uzumaki red hair to the Senju chakra reserve and body structure. He was most certainly a powerful child, but what caught them off guard was the white chakra he had. Being a censor, Mito could see that he was going to be a powerful shinobi in the future. The Shinigami wants you to raise him as your own, Hiruzen said. Will you do it? Well, it's been a long time since we raised kids. I wouldn't mind raising one more, Mito smiled. I agree, Hashirama added. Perfect, Shinigami smiled, making everyone looking at her. I've already switched Minato and Kushina's DNA with yours and Mito's. Congrats, he's now biologically yours. Now if you'll excuse me, I got some souls to torture and lots of paperwork to do. She then vanished through the floor. Well, let me be the first to welcome you back, Sensei, Hiruzen smiled. And to take back the Hokage seat, so I can retire. Hashirama chuckled as he agreed to take the seat back after he gets settled in with his wife and new son. Hiruzen got out the paperwork and filled it out. Mito and Hashirama renamed their son as Naruto Madara Uzumaki Senju, in honor of their old friend Madara Uchiha. After signing the documents, Hiruzen gave Hashirama the keys to the Senju compound. The Senju couple vanished from the office and took Naruto to his new home. The life of Naruto Senju begins. Hashirama and Mito arrived at the old Senju compound. It was just like they remembered it, a large complex with a main house, large gardens, training grounds, and beautiful forests. It brought back so many memories from the day Konohagakure was formed to the day they died. Looks like we're going to make new memories, Mito chuckled. Hashirama chuckled, kissing his wife's forehead. Let's get settled in. Heading into the compound, they reached the main house, which was a 4-story tall, like mansion with many rooms. It had a side building attached, which the Senju clan dojo, where future Senjus were trained before they attended the academy. Going inside the main hall was as grand as the architecture. The Senju compound was an ancient cultural building since the Great Wars. Though it's gone through many renovations over the years, it was still a sight to behold. They entered the living room, which was small with couches and other pieces of furniture. They could take in the fresh new scents as Hashirama sat down in his favorite armchair that was still there after all these years. Mito, darling, why don't you take Naruto up to his new bedroom? I'm sure the nursery is still there. Hashirama asked, leaning back into his chair. Oh, Hashi, you always were a little lazy at home, but you were a fantastic husband, Mito chuckled, taking Naruto upstairs. Mito headed upstairs as she came to the nursery where her grandchildren Tsunade and Nawaki used to play and sleep when they were babies. She quickly lost her smile when she thought of Tsunade, who abandoned her youngest grandchild for her eldest one. She headed inside as the walls were painted to look like the forest. There were many child toys that she might have to replace with new and safer ones. She came to the crib that looked brand new. She guessed it must have been Minato's old crib. She looked down at her new child and smiled as the baby was sound asleep in her arms. Oh, Naruto, you're going to love it here. Your father and I will make sure you grow up loved and strong. After all, we Uzumaki stick together and we always put family first. Naruto yawned as Mito placed him in his crib and placed the blanket over him. She gave him a kiss on his forehead and smiled down at him. She then hummed a little tune as she began to sing him a lullaby. Luli, 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 Lile, Luli, 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 Lile. Lay down your head, and I'll sing you a lullaby. Back to the years of Luli Lile. And I'll sing you to sleep, and I'll sing you tomorrow. Bless you with love for the road that you go. May you sail far to the far fields of fortune, with diamonds and pearls at your head and your feet. And may you need never to banish misfortune. May you find kindness in all that you meet. May there always be angels to watch over you, to guide you each step of the way, to guard you and keep you safe from all harm. Luli, Luli Lile. May you bring love and may you bring happiness. Be loved and return to the end of your days. Now fall off to sleep. I'm not meaning to keep you. I'll just sit for a while and sing Luli Lile. May there always be angels to watch over you, to guide you each step of the way, to guard you and keep you safe from all harm. Luli, Luli Lile. Luli, Luli Lile. Luli, Luli, Luli Lile. Luli, Luli, Luli Lile. Luli, Luli, Luli Lile. Luli, Luli, Luli Lile. Luli Lile. She smiled as Naruto snored quietly as he looked so serene when he's fast asleep. Mito leaned down gently to kiss his forehead again. I love you, my son, she whispered before leaving the nursery to join her husband in the living room. How is Naruto? Hashirama asked Mito. Naruto is sleeping soundly, my dear. Mito smiled. Wonderful. Now that we've gotten settled in, it's time for me to greet Hiruzen to discuss the future of the village. According to the details supplied to him by his old student after they were resurrected, the civilian council had gotten out of hand. They meddled in the affairs of the shinobi which they had no say in. He should have listened to his brother and not given the civilian council so much leeway. Well, that all stops now. Will you accompany me, dear? Of course, Hashirama, just let me do one thing, Mito said, creating a blood clone. You stay here and guard Naruto, she ordered her clone. Of course, the clone replied. Hashirama took her hand as he shoeshined them to the Hokage's office. Kanahagakure Village Market District. Since the attack of the Kyuubi yesterday, many of the shinobi and civilians that suffered the traumatic experience of the attack were slowly trying to move forward. They suffered many casualties and losses, including loved ones. Reconstruction of the village was underway as the reparations of the northern and eastern district sector of the village that suffered the most damage was almost complete. Everyone moved on and licked the wounds except for a few. Among those few was Kakashi Hitaki, Minato's only surviving student. Kakashi Hitaki, the copycat ninja who copied over 1,000 jutsus, a man who many called a hardcore strong-hearted ninja, was now drinking his anger in sake at the local bar. The man couldn't let go of the hate he felt when he discovered that his own sensei Minato Namikaze was abandoning his youngest son for his Jinchuriki child. Not only that, but Kushina, who always spoke proudly on how family is important and always sticks together, would suddenly abandon her child for a prophecy. I mean, she's an Uzumaki, for crying out loud. It made him sick to his stomach, and don't even get him started on the Sannin. But he was happy that Orochimaru didn't go with them. At least the snake had brains and a heart. Hitaki-san, the bartender asked, don't you think you had enough? I'll tell when I have enough, Kakashi ranted. Another one. The bartender immediately refilled his glass as Kakashi gouged it down in a single gulp. Kakashi's friends watched him in disappointment but sorrow. They knew that Kakashi took Minato's leaving and abandonment of his son hard. After all, Kakashi looked up to and admired his sensei, but now he wouldn't even speak of him. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. In the Hokage's tower, Hiruzen was stuck doing what all Kage fear the most: paperwork. That's right, paperwork. A Kage's worst nightmare. After the attack, he's gone through pile after pile after pile. Curse you, Minato, you leave the village, but you don't give me the secret to defeat paperwork, he groaned as he scanned through the papers. Many of the papers were from the civilian council that demanded lots of money to repair their homes and businesses that were destroyed in the attack. Hiruzen sighed as he leaned back into his chair and smoked his pipe. The civilian council had been a pain in the ass ever since he took the mantle of Hokage. He still couldn't believe his sensei Hashirama gave them a say in shinobi affairs, which was a mistake as the civilians grew arrogant and began to abuse their authority. But he hoped when Hashirama retakes the mantle he will be able to set things straight. I'm getting too old for this, the professor said, smoking his pipe as he went over the reports of the damage. Bear, He yelled bare-masked. Anbu knelt before him. Hi Sandame-sama, the Anbu stated. Give me the full situation report, the number of casualties of both civilians and shinobi. Hiruzen ordered. Hokage-sama, shinobi casualties have estimated to 1,000 shinobi along with 150 Anbu dead, and the number is still rising. We haven't cleared all of the debris of the northern and eastern sector, so we aren't really sure. However, the civilian casualties have reached to 1,500 dead and many in critical condition. Bear finished. Very well, thank you for the report, Bear. You are dismissed. Leave the report here on my desk and return to your duties. Hiruzen commanded. With your leave, Hokage-sama, said Bear as he flickered away. Arg. Just when I'm finally ready to retire, Cammy herself decides to fuck it up, and now I have to deal with more paperwork. He groaned as rubbed his temples. Why does Cammy hates me? After 10 minutes, Hiruzen had finally finished up the remaining paperwork that was the death of him for years. He was glad to finally be rid of it. The only thing left to do now was to make his sensei the new Hokage and finally retire to live out the remainder of his years as he wants. He got up from his seat and cleaned off his desk and started to smoke his pipe when Hashirama appeared. Still smoking, Hiruzen? Those things can kill you, you know, Hashirama chuckled. When you're as old as I am, sensei, you realize that sometimes a smoke can make any stressful day a relief. He sighed, taking a puff. So, I take it you're ready to retire for the day? Hashirama asked him. Yes, sensei, he groaned. Now I can finally retire. Lord Third took off his hat and robes and presented them to Hashirama. Lord First took them with great pride like he did over 100 years ago. Placing the robes on, he straightened and tightened the knots. He then placed the hat atop his head as Hiruzen welcomed him back as the Hokage. Mito also congratulated her husband. A knock at the door as an ANBU spoke from outside the office. Lord Third, the council has requested your presence, the ANBU dear said. Tell them I'll be right there. Hiruzen replied, waiting till the Umbu left. Well, sensei, it's time to reveal your existence to the council. Indeed, it's also time for the village to go through drastic changes, Hashirama stated coldly. Lord Third and Lady Mito nodded as they left the office and followed Hashirama to the council chambers to discuss the future of the leaf and to knock some people down a peg. Council chambers. Hiruzen and company stood before the door that led to the council meeting. Lord Third had been notified that everyone else had already arrived, but as he stood before it, he couldn't help but feel a slight unsettled, as if something big was going to conspire. Boy, oh boy, was he in for a surprise. He could already hear soft chatter and discussions going on. Praying to the gods that were listening, he pushed open the door and swept into the room. Lord Third took his seat at the head of the table and then surveyed the council. The council was split into 3 parts. The Shinobi Council, which consisted of the clan heads of the Hyuga, Aburame, Inazuka, Akimichi, Nara, Kurama, Uchiha, Saratobi, and the Nara clan minus the Senju, Uzumaki, and Namikaze seats that were still empty. But not for long. The Civilian Council that handles civilian and financial affairs like stocks and trades, and finally the Elder Council, which consisted of the Hokage's advisors Hamura, Koharu, and the old Warhawk Danzo. Order, I call this meeting to order, shouted Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, where is Minato? Hayashi asked. Shouldn't he be here? Following his battle with the Kyuubi, Minato managed to defeat the beast with a SS rank Fuinjutsu called the Shiki Fujin. With it, he was able to summon the goddess of death herself and had sealed the 9 tails away into his children Minma and Naruto, the Hokage explained. Minma holds the fox's chakra while Naruto contains the soul. The Civilian Council immediately called for the death of the youngest Namikaze, for they believe he was the 9 tails in human form. Hashirama and Mito, who were outside of the chambers, were furious but kept their cool. They didn't want to give themselves away just yet. Silence, Hiruzen shouted. Hokage-sama, we must kill the demon. A civilian shouted. We must kill it while it's still weak in human form. I'll show you a demon, Hashirama whispered, getting his kunai ready till Mito stopped him. Mito gave Hashirama a look that said, don't act rashly. Wait for the right moment, Hashirama groaned before putting away his kunai. Naruto is what keeps the demon from escaping and killing us all, Hiruzen shouted to the fat merchant civilian. Hamura cleared his throat. May I suggest that handing the Jinchuriki over to the council, we can train them to control the power of the tailed beast. I will train them to be strong and loyal ninjas of the leaf. Hiruzen groaned. The answer is no. Besides, Minato and Kushina left for the fire capital. Unfortunately, they decided to only take Minma and left Naruto behind. What? The clan head screamed. Good, maybe they will train their son to kill the demon with the very power that they stripped from him. Another civilian shouted. Enough, Mabuki Haruno screeched. This boy Naruto is as much a victim as we are. Everyone was shocked that Mabuki Haruno, the head of the civilian council, would defend the boy. Hiruzen was most shocked since her husband Seiko Haruno was a demon hater and was killed in the Kyuubi attack. Mabuki Haruno, how could you defend the demon who killed your husband? A wealthy civilian asked. I'm not defending the demon. I'm defending the boy who imprisoned it, she harshly replied. Why would Minato, especially Kushina, leave their youngest pup and take their other pup with them? It doesn't make sense, Sum said coldly. I never thought my teammate could do such a thing, Hayashi shouted. Such a drag, but I have to agree with them, Hokage-sama. It sounds to me that Minato preferred the kid with the fox's chakra. Am I right? Shikaku asked lazily. Leave it to Inara to figure things out quickly. Hiruzen's sweat dropped. You hit the nail on the head, Shikaku. Kushina stated that Minma needed to control the Kyuubi's chakra and that Naruto just wasn't that important. The Shinobi Council was in an uproar at the complete disregard that their once beloved Yondaime and red-hot Halberino had towards their youngest son. Questions were soon asked about what will happen to the boy. Many of the clans offered to take him in. The first one to volunteer was Fugaku, who secretly wanted a weapon to increase the power of the clan. Next was Hayashi, who was ashamed of his former best friend and thought taking the boy in not for Minato or Kushina, but to give the boy a caring, loving home. Some wanted to take care of the child as she can relate to him, since she herself comes from a clan that was once feared and demonized due to their wolf-like features and powerful techniques. Some also was ashamed her blood sister Kushina would abandon one pup for the more powerful one. She thought the redhead was an Uzumaki, a clan that was known to put family above all else, but clearly she was wrong. The Shikachoino trio couldn't take care of the child since they have their hands full with kids of their own, plus with the fact that Naramin would complain as always, and clearly they didn't want Naruto to be lazy. The Yamanaka were out of the question since Yamanaka males were always busy with barely enough time to spend with their kids, leaving it to their wives, and Naruto needs to have a father that dedicates their lives to both their jobs and their kids equally. Finally, the Akimikis tend to overfeed their kids, and I don't think they would want a fat Naruto. The Aburame was clearly out of the question, since who would want bugs living in their bodies? Hiruzen sighed as he silenced them with a small amount of ki. Now that I have your attention, I understand that you all wish to take care of the boy. Unfortunately, that won't be happening. You see, the Shinigami who sealed the Kyuubi away left us a little present. Koharu spoke up first. Hiruzen, what are you talking about? I'll let our guests explain. Hiruzen smiled as he motioned the couple inside. The council gasped as silence filled the room. Everyone could only stare and not even say a word. There standing before them was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Mito Uzumaki. The shinobi clan heads stood in awe and respect of one of the village's founders. However, the advisors were not convinced and believed it to be a trick. Hiruzen, what trickery is this? You dare defile our sensei memory by using the Edo Tensei to bring him back to the land of the living. Koharu shouted. Silence your mouth, insolent pups. Hashirama shouted. This is not my brother's jutsu. The Shinigami has brought my wife and I back to the land of the living. Why would the goddess of death bring you back? Shikaku Nara asked. Unless there was a good reason. Mito was the one who spoke up to answer the Nara. Yes, Lord Nara. You see, the Shinigami is angered for Minato breaking his promise to her. After Minato abandoned Naruto here without a second thought, it was decided that we would return to the mortal plane and raise Naruto as our own. What? Everyone shouted. Indeed, the Shinigami replaced Naruto's blood and DNA with my own and my wife's. Naruto is biologically ours now, and we shall thrive where Minato had failed. I will also retake the mantle of Hokage. After all, I think we all agree it's time for Hiruzen to step down so he can enjoy his golden years. That is true, Sensei, Hiruzen agreed until he let out a huge smile. This is a grand occasion. Now Lord First can keep the demon in check and keep it weak. A civilian cheered. The demon will be bowing at our feet. The civilian's rejoicing was cut short when a spike of wood sprang from the floor and pierced through the man's neck, killing him. Hokage-sama, a civilian council member shouted. The next person who calls my son a demon, their lives are next, Hashirama screamed angrily. Now since I'm Naruto's father and the eldest Senju male, then by clan law, I'm the clan head. And my wife shall be the Uzumaki clan head since she's the eldest Uzumaki, considering Kushina broke her vow to the clan and hasn't been active in her duties as clan head. My husband is right, and you all know it too, plus Minato never took the mantle of Senju clan head since he's the Namake's clan head, so therefore by the law the clan head position is passed to the eldest Senju, Mito stated. Well, Sensei, since you're going to retake the mantle of Hokage, which is a wonderful, let me be the first to welcome you back. This will keep our enemies off our back, and we will be able to rebuild a bit faster, said Danzo, getting a nod from Hashirama. If there is nothing else to discuss, then I hereby dismiss this meeting, Hiruzen stated. Wait, Koharu said quickly. What shall we tell the village? Nothing, Danzo shouted, making everyone looking at him. The village has started rebuilding itself, and the people are trying to get over their grief. If you announce Naruto's status, he will become a target, an outlet for their rage and hatred for the fox. Danzo, Hiruzen said surprisingly. This is a side of you I've never seen. I may be a cold shinobi, Hiruzen, but I'm not heartless, Danzo said sternly. Therefore I ask that we keep Naruto's status a SSS rank secret so that the boy can at least have a normal life. The civilian council minus Mabuki went into an uproar again. They refused to doing anything that would protect the demon. Danzo silenced them with a threat of execution if even one of them reveals the boy's status to anyone. This silenced them completely as they sank down into their seats. The first Hokage could only smile at how mature Danzo has gotten since his Genin days. One more thing before I dismiss this meeting. The civilian council is hereby disbanded. I will discuss it with Mabuki Haruno after everyone leaves. The civilians wanted to retort, but a single glare from Mito kept them quiet. They didn't take their defeat well, though. They swore to do everything they could to make the demon pay. When no one had anything else to talk about, Lord First dismissed the council. Mabuki stayed behind as ordered as she gave a list of civilians that she knew wouldn't blame Naruto for something he couldn't control. Hashirama thanked her as she bowed her head and left the chambers. Well, I better get back to Naruto. It's time for his feeding, Mito smiled as she shoeshined to the Senju compound. Looks like we better go over the village rules and make some changes. It's time the village had a wake-up call, Hashirama told Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, I agree, Sensei. This will undo everything the previous civilian council had done. Hashirama and Hiruzen spent the afternoon going over the old and new laws that were made after Hashirama's death. Hiruzen was right about one thing. The village hidden in the leaves was in for a huge wake-up call. It's been a few months since the Kyuubi incident, and the village had already managed to rebid itself in record time. The memories, however, of that horrible night were still embedded in their pikes. Their former Hokage, Hiruzen, put their fears to rest with words of encouragement that the leaf will never fall. Many believed it, but some have not. Hiruzen had also revealed to the village of the gift Kami blessed them with. He revealed the return of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The village was in complete shock when the legendary god of shinobi made his presence known to them atop the Hokage Tower. Hashirama, with words of wisdom from his days as Hokage, and his speech of the will of fire gave rise to strengthen the hope of the people. The village cheered out his name as Hashirama retook the hat and robes from Hiruzen. After taking the robes, Hashirama, who nodded to his student, turned to address the village and revealed that Minato left the village after the Nine Tails attack was over. Horror filled the audience as he told them how he just left the village to train his son Menma to control the Kyuubi's chakra while leaving the village to rebid without its leader. Anger and harsh words spread as the villagers demanded the return of the Yondaime for his desertion. Hashirama put them to rest and promised them that Minato will pay for his crimes. Kakashi approached the Shodaime and asked if they could be allowed one piece of revenge no matter how small. You're Kakashi Hitaki, Minato's prized student. What do you have in mind? Hashirama asked. Kakashi Hitaki walked past him and stood before the Hokage mountain and pointed to Minato's stone face. Minato deserted us. He abandoned his child because of a prophecy. He left us when we were still rebuilding. He believed a prophecy was more important than taking care of our village, Kakashi scoffed. Kakashi, thought Kurenai and Might Guy. I suggest we take the stone face down. Kakashi said, shocking everyone. If Minato believed we were not good enough because of a prophecy, then he doesn't deserve to be Hokage. Hashirama looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen? Kakashi has a point. You once said, those who desert their comrades are trash, but those who desert the village are unforgivable. Minato chose to leave after the village was rebuilding itself. He made his choice. You have a point, Hashirama said before looking at the village. Do as you see fit. The villagers cheered as chains were thrown and hooked into the stone face. The villagers grunted as they started to pull on the chains. The weight from the stone was strong, but their anger was stronger. ARGH, they shouted as the stone in the mountain started to crack and slowly break. Chidori, Kakashi said. He plunged his lightning blade through the Hokage's stone-head forehead. The strain from the chains and the Chidori was too much as the stone broke apart as the villagers pulled one final time. The stone face broke from the mountain as it came crashing down. The stone face hit the ground as it broke apart upon impact as the villagers cheered. Hashirama was shocked but proud of the villagers' dedication and loyalty to the village. The following afternoon, the village was being rebuilt with the thousands upon thousands of fresh wood Hashirama gave them with his Mokuton. The money that the Senju and Uzumaki clan had were then shared among the people to help them get back to their lives. 20% of their clan's fortunes were given to rebuild the village itself, while another 10% were given to the civilians for their stores, businesses, and homes that were destroyed. The village's reconstruction was going perfectly with the supplies Lord Shodame had given them. Meanwhile, back in his office, Hashirama was going through the paperwork, a Hokage's nightmare. But Hashirama chuckled as he knew the secret to defeat paperwork, and that was shadow clones. His assistant Mabuki Haruno was helping with the minor things in the village, such as financial and other small problems. She was a great help to him. Hokage-sama, his secretary, a middle-aged woman, said, entering his office. Rava, what can I do for you? Pardon the interruption, Lord Hashirama. A letter arrived for you, sir, she said, handing him the letter. When he took it, he saw on the back the Namikaze clan symbol. It was from Minato and Kushina. Gripping the letter in his hands, he tried to keep his anger in check before taking a deep breath. Thank you, Rava, that will be all. Hi, she said, leaving the office. Hashirama growled softly, still glaring at the letter. Should he open it? Or should he just cast it away like Minato cast away Naruto? Mabuki noticed how stressed the Hokage was and wondered if it had something to do with the letter. Approaching him, she asked if he was all right. Oh yes, Mabuki said, I'm fine. Are you sure, Lord Hokage? You seemed really stressed. No, it's nothing, I'm okay. Very well, if you're sure, she said before going back to her duties. Sighing in relief, Hashirama slowly began to open the envelope. He decided he should at least read what Minato had to say, no matter how bad the excuses he would make be. Taking out the paper, he unfolded the letter and began to read. Dear Hiruzen, Kushina and I have made it to the fire capital safely. We have settled in just fine in the royal district of the capital. It feels good to be back home where my ancestors lived. I'm looking forward to teaching Minma about his ancestors and all the techniques of the clan. Kushina been going on about how Minma will take after her clan more than mine. But enough about that. How's Naruto doing? We haven't received any letter from you since we arrived. I can only guess you're still angry at us for leaving Naruto behind. But like I said, Hiruzen, we need to train Minma to control the chakra, and having the boys together would allow the soul to regain its stolen chakra. It's best they grow apart, so they will both be safe. Trust me, Hiruzen, this is for the best, you'll see. But putting that aside, how is my son? Is he being spoiled by the villagers due to his new hero status? Oh, Kushina wanted to write to you as well. Hiruzen, this is Kushina, still upset about my choice, I see. See reason for once, old man, I'm doing this for both of my boys. I love them both, and having Naruto here will just endanger him if the soul is anywhere near its chakra. You can hate me all you want, old man, but I will not risk both my children's lives if the QB regains its chakra. I hope you raised Naruto with good morals, because I won't have him becoming a spoiled brat when we come to reclaim him. I hope you didn't make Naruto believe we abandoned him for his brother, because if you did, Hiruzen, you're going to be a very sorry old man. Also, I don't want Orochimaru influencing my baby with his newfound hatred for me and my husband. The prophecy is very important, and Naruto will be trained when we come to claim him to support his brother. Minma will become the next head of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and Naruto, at best, will be a branch member. Naruto will be trained in minor ninjutsu and mostly taijutsu as a support ninja, and will help his brother fulfill the prophecy. You'll see, Hiruzen, it will all work out for everyone. Jiraiya will be coming in a few days to check up on Naruto for us. Yours sincerely, Minato and Kushina Namikaze. After finishing the letter, a storm of emotions raged within the first Hokage. Hashirama was infuriated that the Yondaime and his wife felt so little for their son. They believed him to be a weak support ninja to aid his elder brother in fulfilling a prophecy, which he might add isn't even set in stone. After all, prophecies constantly change, and in Hashirama's opinion, prophecies don't foretell a person's fate. To him, a shinobi makes his or her own fate. He then tore up the letter in anger and tossed its scraps in the garbage. He then grabbed a piece of paper and a pen and began to write his own reply. He put every amount of emotion into his response and then had it sealed. "Mabuki," he shouted. "Yes, sir," she replied. "Take this letter and give it to the Postal Ninja Division. I want this letter sent to the Yondaime Hokage in the Fire Capital immediately," he said coldly. Mabuki, feeling the coldness emitting from him, nodded and rushed out of the office to have the letter delivered. After she left, Hashirama vanished from his seat after finishing all of his paperwork. Uzumaki Senju Compound, Hokage's Monument. Mito Uzumaki was in the kitchen dressed in a long light green dress skirt and a blue t-shirt that tightened against her chest, showing some cleavage. She wore a pink apron that says, "Insult my cooking, I'll kill you," on it as she hummed a little tune, getting lunch ready for her family. She was cooking some delicious miso ramen with a side of bread and vegetables. She wanted her kids to be healthy and well-nourished. "Mito-san," and voice rang out. "Oh, Itachi," Mito smiled, turning around to look at the Uchiha. Itachi was helping her out with Naruto for the day, as the Uchiha heir had taken care of her son while she was doing the house chores and working at the hospital. Itachi walked towards her carrying Naruto in his arms. Naruto Uzumaki Senju, the pride of the clans, he was a beautiful clone of his parents. His baby fat skin trimmed to a soft pale tin that resembled his mother's. His hair was blood red like his mother, and his eyes were a dark brown like his daddy. He was a mini-male version of Mito. He was the shining light in not only her life, but also the village's. "Is Hashirama coming home soon?" Itachi asked. "Yes, he will be home soon," Mito replied. "I thank you again, Itachi, for helping me these past few days." "Glad to help, Mito-sama. I think I might become Naruto's favorite babysitter." Mito got the lunch ready when her husband entered the room with a smile on his face. He greeted his wife with a kiss on the cheek as he smelled the ramen that was cooking. He also noticed her famous dumplings that she always made. He tried sneaking his hand over to grab one, only for a ladle to smack his hand. He yelped, rubbing his hand, as his wife gave him a stern but happy smile. Hashirama, we don't eat dumplings till after lunchtime," she said, smiling. Hashirama grumbled. Troublesome wife, so mean." "Not even one?" he asked. "No, Hashirama, no snacks before lunch," Mito yelled. Hashirama sulked in his seat as Mito sighed with a smile. "You're hopeless," Mito chuckled. "Uzumaki women are so mean," he grumbled. "I heard that," Mito smirked. Hashirama sighed with a small laugh. "Well, how's my favorite family?" "We are doing fine," said Mito. Itachi was a good help as well. "Oh yes, Itachi Uchiha, a prodigy similar to Madara. I heard you completed your mission in record time yesterday," Hashirama praised. "Well, when I reached the border, my team were greeted with hostility from IWA. Apparently, they heard about you coming back from someone from the Leaf and attacked us. Luckily, we killed about 200 out of 250 IWA ninja, thanks to my Sharingan and Kakashi's Chidori." Hashirama sighed as let out a groan at the info. Conflict, no matter what the era. After lunch, Hashirama, we are going to the festival. Mito reminded him. Now let's sit down and eat. I don't want all of my hard work on this meal spoiled, okay? Hi, he said as everyone began to eat. Itachi care to join us? Oh, thank you, Lord Hokage. After the delicious lunch, and all the dishes were cleaned thanks to Itachi and his shadow clones. Soon Itachi left to greet his family while Mito and Hashirama getting dressed to get ready for the Spirit Festival to honor the shinobi who lost their lives for the village. Hashirama dressed himself in a black kimono with red satin, while Mito dressed in royal kimono with white satin tied around the waist. She wore her gold headpiece as two ceiling tags hung from the buns and hair. Naruto was dressed in baby clothes, well dressed like a little fox. All right, let's get going. The festival won't start without us present, Hashirama smiled. They left the compound and met with their fellow friends that awaited them at the complex gates. They bowed their heads to their clan heads as they greeted them. The entire family soon left to join in the festivities. Kanahagakure's central sector. The festival was in full swing as the village square was decorated with lots of lights, lanterns, and lots of masks. Lots of food was prepared and the game stands were put up for the children. The people dressed in appropriate clothing for the celebration. Hashirama and his family arrived as the people greeted them with warm smiles and good greetings. Welcome, Hokage-sama, a civilian said. My lord and lady, an elderly woman stated, bowing her head. The Hokage smiled. Hello, my friends, I trust things are well. He asked, getting a nod from the festival committee, which made up of 130 civilians and 300 shinobi and retired shinobi. A young woman walked up to the family, presenting him with a plate of fresh dango, which he accepted. It was so delicious as he gave her a thumbs up on it, making her happy. Lord Hashirama, a voice rang out. The family smiled as they noticed it was Mikoto Uchiha and her family. Fugaku greeted them with a firm nod, which they returned. The Uchiha clan head and Hashirama weren't friends, but remained civil each other. Fugaku was still all about having Naruto as a weapon, but after fighting Mito Uzumaki, who gave him such a tongue lashing, she gave him such a beating, Fugaku turned over a new leaf, although he was still the cold clan head we all know and love. Mikoto greeted the family as she gave them each a hug, including the little red head, who always brought a smile to her family. She was the friend of the family, but to Naruto, Mikoto was more like an aunt or second mother figure. Ever since she found out about Kushina abandoning Naruto like he was nothing, she lost all respect for the redhead. In fact, the day after she found out what Kushina did, she burned and ripped up every picture that she had of them together. She even threw away all the gifts that Kushina bought her over the years they were friends. She never wanted anything to do with her and soon found a new friend in Mito. Mikoto, good to see you, Mito said as she presented the rose to her. Mikoto smiled as she knelt down and took the rose. Oh, thank you, I love it. She sniffed the rose before she put it in her hair. You look lovely, Kasen. That rose brings out your beauty, Itachi laughed. Naruto picked out the rose for you, Mito chuckled. Mikoto laughed as she rubbed his head. Oh, thank you, Naruto. Hashirama smiled. How are you doing, Lady Mikoto, Lord Fugaku? I thought Uchihas don't like happy bright festivals or parties, he joked, getting a bonk on the head by his wife. Forgive my husband, he tends to make jokes at the worst times, Mito laughed. The Uchiha and the Uzumaki Senju families met up with their fellow clans, while their children set out to meet with their friends and play lots of games. Soon Hiruzen and his wife had met up with Hashirama. He greeted the couple with a bow of respect, which the couple had returned. Welcome, Lord Hiruzen and Lady Bawako, it is good to see you, the Hokage said. The honor is ours, Lord Hashirama, Biwako said respectfully. I trust you are looking forward to the festival with your family, Hiruzen laughed while enjoying a glass of sake. Mito nodded. Yes, indeed, thank you. Enough chatter, we have a festival to enjoy, Hashirama said, as everyone headed to join their friends in the festivities. Fire capital, Namake's compound. Kushina had placed Minma to bed as she had headed downstairs to have some tea with Minato and the others. After the stressful afternoon, she had taken care of her bundle of joy. Minma was exactly like her when she was a baby. She was greeted by Tsunade, who made her favorite tea. Oh, the sweet scent of jasmine tea. She took notice of Minato and Jiraiya, who were covered in scratches and slight bruises, meaning they were out training. Oh well, boys will be boys. Here you are, Kushina. Tsunade smiled, setting the tea in front of her. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Kushina smiled, taking a seat and taking a sip from her tea. Sounds like you had quite the afternoon with Minma. Tsunade laughed. Yeah, he was a handful, but I can handle it. He's more like me every day. Yeah, I remember all the sleepless nights I had, Minato joked. That's why I'm the mother, darling. I'm the more mature parent. Kushina smirked. Hey, speaking of babies, have you heard from Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya asked. No, sensei, Minato sighed, shaking his head. I believe he's still holding a grudge against us. The group groaned. Hiruzen was still being a sour puss about them leaving. He just couldn't understand the situation and how important the prophecy. They haven't heard from him in a few months, and they haven't received any updates on Naruto either. Tsunade bet it was Orochimaru that prevented any letters from reaching them. Minato, I have a strange feeling that Naruto might come to hate us, Kushina cried. Minato placed his arm around his wife's shoulder to comfort her. It's all right, darling, if he does hate us, then we will do everything in our power to get him to forgive us. Trust me, I am sure that our son will not hate us. Minato is right, Kushina. Once we explain the situation, then Naruto will understand. Besides, he's probably enjoying his life as the hero who kept the village safe from the Nine Tails. Jiraiya stated firmly and jokingly. Suddenly, there was a raven upon their windowsill with a scroll attached to its leg. It was an Uchiha raven due to the Sharingan eyes. It was used by the Hokage to send private messages. Everyone wondered why Hiruzen would send them a letter now of all times since he didn't want anything to do with them. Kushina placed her hand on his shoulder to calm him. Minato took all deep breath as he unrolled the scroll and began to read. Dear Minato and Kushina, you got some nerve to think so little about your son. Naruto is more than just a support ninja. Naruto is an innocent soul, and I won't tolerate you tainting that light. Also, I'm not Hiruzen, I'm the new Hokage who replaced your sorry ass. I've also placed Naruto under mine and my wife's care. We will take care of him, since you're too lazy to take care of both of your kids. And you, Kushina, well, my wife is an Uzumaki, and unlike you, she knows what it means to be an Uzumaki. You, Tsunade, I am ashamed of you. To think you'd sink this low? You disgust me. You better hope I don't get my hands on you. Naruto is no longer yours. He's my son now. I'll be the father you refused to be, Minato. See you in 13 years, Yondaime. Because believe me, Minato, you won't be getting a warm welcome. Sincerely not. The new Hokage. Silence filled the group at the information. First off, they were shocked that Hiruzen replaced Minato so quickly. To think the old man was angry enough to go that far to get back at them. Another thing that horrified them was that Naruto was adopted by the new Hokage and his wife, who just happened to be an Uzumaki woman. Tsunade was pissed that the new Hokage would dare threaten her with bodily harm. New Hokage of not, she would make sure she pounded his face in. The bastard didn't even sign his name. That bastard Hiruzen. How dare he give away my son to someone else? We told him to leave Naruto in an orphanage so he would be safe. But now Naruto's new parents are threatening us and keeping us from seeing him again. Kushina growled as her hair split into 9 strands. He's my baby. Naruto is my baby, only I can be his mother. No one can love him like I do. Minato, on the other hand, was confused with the threat the new Hokage made against him. Something about not getting a warm welcome when he comes back. Whatever this guy is, Hiruzen must have revealed the prophecy and their plan to the new Hokage. This was bad. The prophecy and Naruto's heritage was supposed to be a secret until they came back. Jiraiya was the same way. This whole plan they put together was to be kept secret, but now that Hiruzen had blabbed it to the new Hokage, they would have to rethink of a solution to ensure everything they worked for wouldn't unravel. Sensei really is out to get us, Jiraiya sighed. To think he went this far. No joke, Tsunade growled, taking a gulp of her sake. I bet he made Orochimaru the new Hokage. That I agree with, Minato chuckled. Only he would use threats like this. I say we go back there and pound that snake into paste, Kushina snarled, flipping the table over. No, Kushina, we got the prophecy to think about. We must make sure Menma is ready to defeat the great evil and bring peace to the nations. Minato reminded her. Kushina sighed. Fine, but I don't like it. But when we get back to the village, I get to be the first one to beat the snake. Of course, Kushi-chan, Minato smiled. Now let's just enjoy our lunch. Hashirama smiled as he watched his son cuddle up Shira in his arms, and giggling happily as he chased her around, crawling and giggling. The tiger cub loved playing with the Senju air. Mito was watching and loved how happy her son was. After a while, she stood up, walking towards her little bundle of joy, and crouched down and opened her arms as she urged for him to come to her. Naruto immediately forgot all about the tiger cub and began to crawl happily to his mommy. She opened her arms again, and he started crawling to her. She stepped back a few steps, giggling as Naruto sat down, puffing his cheeks, making him look all the more adorable. Kakashi sat to the side as he watched the mother-son duo playing. He saw Lady Mito teasing the boy and laughed as he saw Naruto puffing his cheeks at her teasing. He saw that he never cried no matter how much she teased him. The most that she could get out of him was puffing of his cheeks. Opening her arms again and saw Naruto put his hands to the ground and stood up with shaking legs as he took a step towards her, and her eyes widened. Hashirama smiled as he got to his feet and got out the camera as he saw Naruto take his first step. Mito's eyes watered as she saw him take his first step, and she saw him take another, and saw he was watching her sadly, and was confused but urged for him to come to her. "Come on, Naruto-chan, just a bit more. Come to Ka-chan," she said through a sob. Naruto took 5 steps and stumbled as she grabbed her in his arms before he fell down and saw him gazing at her curiously. He put his little hand on her cheek and wiped the tear away. "Oh God, Naruto-chan, you walked so far on your first time. Oh my boy, I love you so much," she whispered, and he snuggled in her arms, making her smile. She gazed into his eyes that always drew her to him as she kissed him on the nose as he scrunched his face a bit, and she giggled. "Oh, you're Ka-chan's adorable little boy now, aren't you, Naruto-chan, aren't you?" She cooed and kissed him as he giggled. "Mama happy," Naruto cooed. Mito gasped. "Oh, Naruto, you said your first word. Mommy love you." Mito squealed as she hugged him tightly. "Oh, Naruto, I'm so proud of you. Oh, I'm so proud," she cried. Hashirama's sweat dropped. "Geezer dramatic much, Mito-chan." "Shut up, Hashirama," Mito shouted, making her husband hold up his hands in defense. "Oh, you hurt me, Haim." He laughed. "Besides, I got a little present for Naruto. Shizune helped me pick it out," he asked, and pulled out a small wrapped bundle and handed it to her as she saw was a little 9-tailed fox pajamas with some stuffed animals. "Oh, Naruto, look," Mito said, showing Naruto his presents. Naruto cooed and reached into the box and pulled out a big tiger plush. He giggled happily and cuddled it. Mito smiled as she picked him up and headed to the porch for a drink with her husband. They had hot chocolate and enjoyed the serene silence until an Umbu appeared. Lord Hashirama, Jiraiya was spotted outside of the main gate. He's demanding to see the Hokage and to check up on Naruto. "Kakashi, come with me," Hashirama snarled, standing up. "It's time we greet Jiraiya, but I can't reveal myself yet, so." Hashirama hinged into a young man in his late 20s with short brown hair and blue eyes. He wore a traditional black silk kimono with a white sash across his waist. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, following him. Mito clutched her baby to her chest protectively as she growled at the mention of Jiraiya. There was no way that she was going to allow that toad sage anywhere near her baby. Konoha Village Gates. Jiraiya arrived at the village gates after a few days' walk from the fire capital. He was on orders of his student to find out the identity of the new Hokage who had taken Naruto from him and Kushina. The news of Naruto being given to another family put a huge dent into the prophecy. According to the Toads, a few days after living in the fire capital, the Toads foresaw an event that would turn the tide of the world. The Toad Sage told them that if the Chosen One loses their other half, he will fall into darkness. They believed that if Menma loses Naruto to another family, then Menma would lose his other half of himself and fall to darkness. But what he didn't know what was the prophecy actually meant Kaguya and Naruto, since Kaguya became half of Naruto. Reaching the village gates, he was greeted by the 2 Chunins. "Halt, who goes there?" "Jiraiya of the Sannin, I have come to see the new Hokage and to check up on Naruto." "Naruto-sama is fine, Jiraiya." "Naruto-sama? Wow, the brat must really be enjoying his hero status, if this is how the village spoils him." "I'll take it from here, gentlemen," a voice called out. Jiraiya and the Chunin guards turned to see the Hokage dressed in his robes with Kakashi at his side. "Lord Hokage," they saluted. At ease, Hashirama smiled. Hashirama took one look at Jiraiya and tried to keep his anger in check. He was face to face with the man who drove a wedge within the Namikaze family. The man who agreed that Naruto should be left behind, so his more powerful brother would be trained to control the fox's chakra. "So you're the new Hokage?" Jiraiya asked bluntly. "And you're the gallant, mighty Jiraiya?" Hashirama asked. "I see you're in awe at my mighty reputation," Jiraiya boasted. "You mean as a perverted hermit who peeks on women in bathhouses? And who writes that filthy smut, which I might add, is insulting to women?" Hashirama pointed out coldly. Jiraiya felt like a sword was ran through his heart. This man clearly didn't see the mighty shinobi that was the mighty Toad Sage. "I'll have you know I'm the teacher of the fourth Hokage and the child of prophecy Minma Namikaze," the sage praised. "You mean the bastard who abandoned our village when we were still weak after the Kyuubi attack?" the Hokage shouted. Minato had urgent business to take care of, and he left Hiruzen-sensei to take over until the business was finished, Jiraiya taking offense to the insult to his old student. "The rebuildment of our village was supposed to be Minato's business." Hashirama snarled back. "That blonde bastard was a coward. He fled instead of helping us in case another village attacks us. Minato saved your sorry asses from the Nine Tails, something none of you could ever accomplish in your entire lives," Jiraiya retorted. "Minato-sensei was a coward and then abandoned one of his children because of a prophecy told by you and the old Toad Sage." Kakashi spoke out in a cold tone, making Jiraiya flinch. Jiraiya gasped. "Kakashi, that's your sensei you're talking about, the man who took you in and raised like you were his own son." "That man is no longer my sensei," Kakashi shouted. "The day he abandoned his youngest son and the village was the day he abandoned me. Oh, and the bastard can take this back." Kakashi tossed the three-pronged kunai Minato gave him for graduation to the ground in front of Jiraiya and stomped it into the dirt. "Kakashi," Jiraiya said softly. "Now what brings you back to the village?" the Hokage asked. "I have come here to check up on Naruto for Minato and Kushina," Jiraiya replied. "I am the boy's godfather after all." "You are not going anywhere near my son, you filthy toad," Hashirama hissed. "Your son?" Jiraiya asked. "Oh, that's right, you're the one who adopted the boy. Well, I made that clear in my letter, or is your eyesight as bad your luck with dating a woman?" Hashirama seethed, burning Jiraiya. The Toad Sage couldn't believe that he just got burned by the Hokage's insult. That man had a lot of nerve to talk to the great Jiraiya that way. "I don't care who you are, but no one speaks to one of the Sannin that way. As I can tell, you are a first-time Hokage, and your chakra level says you're at least Jonin level. I'm a Sannin, and on a whole different level. Your arrogance speaks for itself." Kakashi scoffed. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to turn around and go back to the fire capital. Then you'll go back to your old student and his wife and tell them that if any of them try anything against me and my wife or take away Naruto, I will ensure that they are dealt with the harshest punishment known to man, along with a special session with Ibiki and Anko when they have a bad day. After Ibiki and Anko are demons when they work on a bad day." Hashirama shouted with fury in his dark, cold ice tone. "Who do you think you are?" Jiraiya shouted. The Chunin were going to attack before Hashirama stopped them and glared at the arrogant Toad Sage. Not wanting to reveal his true form or name just yet, he decided to give him a fake name to use. "My name is Maru Senju," Hashirama lied. "Senju, you're a Senju?" "Yes, I am. Why did you think the sun just died out?" "Besides Tsunade and her family, yes, I did." "Well, now you know, and now you can go, Jiraiya." Kakashi escorted him out. "Hi, Lord Senju," Kakashi said before facing Jiraiya. "All right, you old toad, come on." "Kakashi, you can't blame your sensei for what happened," Jiraiya pleaded. "Please see reason." "We all saw reason, and we have renounced Minato as our Hokage." "Well, what? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiraiya demanded. "Take a look at the Hokage monument," Kakashi said, pointing towards the mountain. Gazing to the Hokage's mountain, he gasped as he noticed that Minato's stone face wasn't there. What happened to his student's stone face on the Hokage's monument? "Well, what happened to Minato's face on the Hokage's mountain?" Jiraiya stuttered. "The villagers tore it down." "What? Why would they do that? What did Minato do to deserve this?" "He abandoned us and his son in our weakened state," Kakashi hissed. "Now I'll escort you to the fire capital, but after that you're on your own." Jiraiya wasn't given another second to speak as the two Chunins joined Kakashi in escorting him to the fire capital. Hashirama sighed as he wiped his forehead. Damn, that was close. It's times like this I wish Madara was still here. Hashirama groaned as he left to go to the office to deal with the council, mostly the civilians. Ever since Hashirama replaced the old civilian council, the former members were using some of their former, they still had to make demands to make things better for the civilian portion of the village. Plus Hamura and Koharu weren't making it any easier. Thankfully, Danzo managed to keep his old team mates in line. As Hashirama walked down the street, he passed Danzo. Make sure Jiraiya and his student don't plot anything behind my back. Have Root follow them, and if they prove a threat to my village or my son, kill them. Hashirama whispered. You don't even have to ask me twice, Sensei, Danzo replied as the two men continued on their way. Back with Kakashi and the Chunins, they escorted Jiraiya as far as they were allowed. Jiraiya told him he can get to the Namikaze compound in the fire capital from where they were. They just nodded and turned to head home. This was bad, oh so very bad, not only for the prophecy, but also for Minato and his family. Since the reveal of Minato's stone face, torn off the mountain, and the village's doubt about their greatest Hokage, he needed to talk to Minato and somehow win back the praise of the people. Without a second more, he dashed off towards the capital. Namikaze clan compound. Minato and Kushina were in their clan training ground as Kushin was training with her sensei Tsunade. The two women were fighting using their clan's taijutsu styles, the Whirlpool Storm style and the Sun Just Spirit Tiger style. Arg! Yelled Tsunade as Kushina landed a good kick to her midsection. You're still as strong as always. Kushina smiled as he panted. Thanks, sensei. I can see that despite your old age, you're still as strong and hardcore as always. Minato was watching them harness their skills as he was going over training regimens for his son Minma when he reaches the age of 4. However, his mind was drifting off towards his other son Naruto, the boy he left behind. Ever since he received that letter from the new Hokage, Minato had lost some of his confidence since losing his position of Hokage, and his youngest at the same time was a low blow to his pride. Now that Naruto was now legally with new parents, he won't be able to help Minma like he was destined to do. This put their plans in a rut. The plan was to come back and bring Naruto back into the family, and then make him the head of the Namikaze side branch. It was similar to the Hyuga's side branch, but unlike them, they don't have a cage bird seal. Suddenly, a medium-sized toad dropped down in the training grounds as Jiraiya dropped down from the back of the toad. Minato jumped up and rushed to greet his sensei. Jiraiya-sensei, welcome back. How was your trip to Konoha? Did you speak with the new Hokage and got a checkup on Naruto? Yes, I met the Hokage, and I found that he's a Senju like yourself and Tsunade. Another Senju? Swanda gasped. Are you sure? Yes, he might be lying, but Kakashi confirmed it by calling him Lord Senju. How is Kakashi doing? Minato asking about his student. Kakashi believed you abandoned the village and he hates you for it. What? Minato and Kushina shouted. Yeah, he wanted you to have this, Jiraiya said, giving Minato his 3-pronged kunai. Minato took the kunai in his shaking hands. His student hated him now? Was everyone he knew going to hate him now for trying to save the world from total destruction? Also, Minato, that's not the worst of it, Jiraiya sighed. What's the worst of it, then, you old pervert? Swanda asked. The villagers tore down Minato's stone face from the Hokage's monument. The group's expression was filled with shock, horror, sadness, and betrayal. The villagers that Minato saved from the 9 Tails tore down his stone face off the monument. That meant they renounced him. Minato felt betrayed by his own village. Kushina, on the other hand, was furious that the villagers would treat them like this after they saved them from the Kyuubi. Tsunade didn't know what to think, but she strongly believed Orochimaru had a hand in this. Who bets it was Orochimaru who convinced them to tear down Minato's face? Tsunade seethed. I do, Kushina hissed. I am beginning to believe it as well. Since Orochimaru hated me ever since he lost the Hokage election years ago. Talk about being a sore loser. Minato grumbled. Looks like we will have to win back the hearts of the people when we come back. We can also get the daimyo involved, but I have a feeling we shouldn't since Hiruzen and the new Hokage would persuade the daimyo to their side. Then what do we do? Kushina asked. We wait. Minato smiled. After 13 years, they will all calm down, and we can fix the situation when we come home. Because no matter how bad it is, I won't abandon my village." Spoken like a true shinobi, Minato, Jiraiya praised. "I raised you with good morals." "Indeed you did, Sensei," Minato chuckled. "Indeed you did." Konoha, 5 years later. It was a bright morning in Konoha as the birds were singing and the sun was shining upon the Senju compound. Mito Senju was sleeping peacefully next to her husband as she felt a light tap on her cheek. She opened her eyes and saw her ball of sunshine wide awake and gazing at her brightly. He kissed her softly, making her smile as she wrapped her arms around him and rubbed his back. "Morning, Kasen," Naruto smiled, holding his big tiger plushie. "Morning, little tiger." Mito yawned as she sat up and yawned. "Today is the day I finally get to train to be a ninja," he said, jumping up and down in excitement. "So Naruto-chan is excited about his training now, isn't he?" she asked softly, and he nodded in her neck, making her smile. She sat up and put him on her lap as she brushed his hair softly. "So Ka-chan, what will you teach me today?" he asked, and she smiled. "Well, Naruto, your father, I are going to try and unlock your chakra," she said, and he nodded, beaming happily. "That's the life energy that we use to do jutsu, isn't it, Ka-chan?" he asked, and she giggled and nodded. "Hi, you're a smart boy, Sochi. Today I'll tell you what chakra is and how to unlock and use it a bit." Mito smiled. "But first, your father needs to wake up first," she said, looking over at her sleeping husband. Hashirama snored loudly as Naruto jumped off his mom's lap and crawled on top of his dad and poked his cheek. "Tu-san," he whispered. "Tu-san, wake up, it's time to wake up." Hashirama grumbled as he put his pillow over his head, groaning. Naruto crawled closer as he pushed his little head under the pillow. "Tu-san," Naruto said as Hashirama woke up. Mito laughed as Hashirama pulled off his pillow and sat up. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed his 6-year-old son sitting on his lap. Chuckling, he picked him up and gave him a hug. "Talk about a good wake-up call," he chuckled. "Sorry, Daddy, but Mommy said you must never oversleep, especially if you're the Hokage," Naruto chuckled. "You are more like your mother every day," said Hashirama. Mito laughed as she dressed in her clothes and picked Naruto up and went towards the kitchen and prepared breakfast for them. Saying their thanks, they dug in as Naruto loved his mother's cooking. Mito was a great cook, much better than her husband. The last time Hashirama cooked, it wasn't exactly good, edible, but not that good. "So Naruto, any plans after your training today?" Mito asked. "I'm going to visit Sasuke. He and I are going to hang out today," Naruto answered. "Have you spoken with Mikoto first?" "Yes, Kasen, I spoke with Auntie Mikoto yesterday, and she said yes." "Well, as long as she says it's okay, that's fine. But Fugaku-sen doesn't seem to like me that much." Mito put down her fork as her son brought up Fugaku. What did that Uchiha team do now? She knew that Fugaku had a pole up his ass, knowing his arrogance and his superiority complex should be considered a bloodline since he's a master at having a godlike complex. What did that toe rag do now? Mito asked. When I went to see Sasuke to hang out with him, Fugaku said that Sasuke was busy and didn't have time for Senju scum. He then kicked me out of the compound and slammed the door in my face. Mito slammed her hands on the table, rattling the silverware. Hashirama took notice of his wife's expression. He noticed her mouth was curling into a snarl. He knew Fugaku was a taboo in her house, and any mention of him was enough to piss her off. "Did he hurt you?" Mito said with a soft growl. Naruto gulped, seeing his mom this angry. He held his tiger plush in front of his face to hide himself from his mom's angry look. "He only pushed me, Mommy," he said. The sound of a chair being knocked over was heard as Hashirama called out to his wife, who was heading towards the door. Mito ignored her husband's shouts for her to come back. The angry Uzumaki matriarch slammed the door shut and was now on her vengeful way to the Uchiha compound. "Mommy is scary," Naruto shivered. "Yes, she is, Sochi. Let this be a lesson to you and me. Never anger your mom." He then took him to the old Senju grounds and sat under a tree as his son sat down cross-legged beside him. "All right, son, now I'll explain you the theory of chakra. Listen to everything carefully and ask me whatever you don't understand, all right?" he asked. "Yes, father," he nodding, giving his dad his full attention. "All right, Naruto. Chakra is the primary source of energy used by shinobi to enhance their skills. It consists of two halves. Spiritual and physical energy, right? Naruto pointed out. Exactly. For a 6-year-old, you're quite smart. Hashirama complimented. Spiritual energy consists of our Yin chakra, which is the power of the mind and of one's essence. It is developed through amassing knowledge over the years and can be increased through studying, concentrating, and meditating, and builds up with experience. He explained, pausing to see if Naruto understood everything and got a nod in return. Physical energy is the Yang chakra, which is the power of one's body and the physical essence. It is developed through intense training of the body and can be increased with the increase in one's stamina and other physical traits. Then when the two energies are together, chakra is formed. Naruto cheered. Right, Aegon-san, they can be used separately too, but the skill and control required to use even one of them separately is beyond what most shinobi can use. I understand, Dad. All right, then now we will try and unlock your chakra, Naruto, he said as Naruto grinned foxily in excitement, making him smile. Relax your body and close your eyes. Keep your focus on yourself and nothing else, and try and find a warm pull near your tummy, all right? Naruto nodded, doing as his father told him, and sat like that for half an hour meditating. He tried to connect into his spiritual and physical energy. He knew not many could unlock it on their first try, but Naruto wouldn't give up. He opened his eyes and looked up as Hashirama patted his head. It's all right, Naruto-chan, rarely anyone gets their chakra unlocked on their first try. Try it again, all right, he said, and Naruto smiled back. Oh, I gotta head to the office. We can continue the lesson later when I get back, or when your mom gets back. Okay, Tusen, I'll stay here and continue to try and unlock my chakra. All right, don't strain yourself, and I'll send for Shizen to look after you, and then take you to the Uchihas to see Sasuke. He kissed his forehead and left for the Hokage's office. Naruto took a small breath and closed his eyes and focused on his inner spirit. The chakra within his body was moving within his chakra network as the white chakra was trying to break through his chakra paths and chakra gates. His blue chakra, or his physical part of his chakra, was fighting against the white chakra, which was full of spiritual energy. While talk about an inner spiritual war. However, the white chakra broke through the chakra gates and flooded his system, engulfing his body. This chakra, it feels sentient. Its power feels celestial, Naruto thought. Naruto's mindscape. Unknown to him, Naruto was taken within his mindscape. The redhead gasped as he opened his eyes to reveal a dark area with darkness that went for miles. He called out for anyone, but his voice echoed for miles. No one responded as he continued to walk forward into the darkness before him. He felt like he was walking for hours when he was stopped by a bright light. The light shined from above as it revealed a strong oak tree. This was strange to Naruto and approached it with caution. Approaching it, he laid a hand on it as he felt powerful chakra from it. This power, it's the same as I felt before, Naruto gasped. Where am I? From atop the tree, he saw a shining star descending from the sky. Naruto gazed upon it as it landed a few feet away from him. Holding his hand on his forehead to cut down the glare of the light, he tried to make it out. The light died down, taking the form of a woman in her late 30s. She had long white hair that went down to her feet. Her flawless skin was soft as silk, and her eyes pale white, similar to the Hyuga's bloodline. One thing for sure, she was beautiful. The woman stepped forward and approached the tree, only to find him standing before it. Approaching the boy, she knelt down and cupped his head in her hands. Hagoromo? Hamura? She asked. No Indra or Ashura? Was this woman confusing him with someone else? Your chakra is the same as my son's, but you are not my sons, she said, confusing him. No, my lady, my name is Naruto Senju Uzumaki, he introduced himself. Uzumaki Senju, the descendants of Ashura. Pardon me, my lady, I didn't mean to intrude. I somehow ended up here, and I have no idea where this is, Naruto apologized. You are in your own mind, she answered. This is your mindscape. How did I end up here? It seems your chakra or something else called you here. But how are you here? Are you part of my mindscape? I have no idea how I am here, but if I were to guess, I must have been sealed inside of you. Huh? Why would a beautiful lady like you be sealed inside of me? Beautiful, she blushed. This child is something else. Madam, are you okay? Naruto asked. Kagaya? Huh. My name is Kagaya Owatsutsuki. I'm the mother of all chakra. Naruto gasped in shock. He had the mother of chakra itself sealed inside of him? Normally, anyone would be prideful and want to use this power to show their superiority over the rest of the shinobi. But Naruto was different. His father used to say, the prideful are powerful, but their arrogance become their downfall. Basically speaking, no matter how powerful you are, the outcome depends on how you use it. Naruto went down to his knees in respect. Kaguya, I am honored to be in your presence. Naruto praised her. Child, stand up, do not bow. While I appreciate the respect, you shouldn't treat me like royalty, said Kaguya. But my parents said those of great importance must be shown the proper respect. You certainly were raised right, Kaguya chuckled. That's because he was raised right by actual parents, a voice spoke out making them look around. Who's there? Naruto called out. Look behind the tree. Naruto and Kaguya walked towards the darkness behind the tree and soon came to a giant gate. The gate was made of solid chakra steel like bars with a giant circular seal on the center of the gate with the kanji tag 4 seal on it. Naruto wondered where this door even came from. Red chakra formed eyes and a mouth spooking Naruto a bit. Who are you? Naruto asked frighteningly. My jailer has finally come to greet me after 6 long years. The voice chuckled. Jailer? Wait, you're sealed inside of me too. Correct. I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the tailed beast, Kyuubi smirked. Wait, you mean the Kyuubi? The mighty 9-tailed fox that can cause massive tsunamis with a swat of its tails and can level mountains. Naruto shouted excitedly. Kyuubi's sweat dropped at the brat's excitement and the praise that went with it. Was this brat actually praising him for his power and strength? Usually humans despise the tailed beasts. But this brat was just looking at him with stars in his eyes. You're something else, Gaki. Normally people would cower in fear of me or try to use me as a weapon. That's terrible to treat a sentient being in such a manner, Naruto shouted, shocking Kyuubi and Kaguya. But how are you inside of me? We were told that you were sealed into the 4th Hokage's kid. Well, first I was forced to attack the village after I was ripped out of Kushina Uzumaki, my previous Jinchuriki. I was placed under a Jinjutsu by that bastard Uchiha. I couldn't control myself and almost brought the village to its destruction until the Yondaime interfered. Minato Namikaze used the Reaper Death Seal to split me in half, my chakra into his eldest Minma and his youngest son, Yu. What? What did you say? Naruto gasped. Minato and Kushina are your birth parents. But they abandoned you to train your brother Minma to control my chakra. Naruto backed away as he clutched his head at what he was told. No, it couldn't be true. His mommy and daddy were the Hashirama and Mito. He cried as he looked at the fox. You're lying. My parents are Hashirama and Mito, not the 4th Hokage and his wife. He cried. Kit, I was sealed inside of you. I heard the entire thing when I was inside of you. Kyuubi roared. It can't be true. Naruto sobbed till he felt Kaguya's arms around him pulling him into a hug. It can't be true. It's true, little one. That bastard and bitch abandoned you as if you meant nothing to them. But thankfully Shinigami took pity on you and gave you a new family. What do you mean? Naruto asked, wanting answers. Kyuubi spent the next hour explaining the whole situation from the sealing to his abandonment at the hands of his old parents. Taking all that the Kyuubi told him, Naruto felt hatred for his old parents. But now he didn't care anymore. He had new parents. Thanks to the death god, he carried Mito and Hashirama's blood. They were his real parents. The Yondaime and his wife could go fuck themselves. He thanked the fox for telling him the truth. Thank you for telling me the truth. Naruto thanked the fox. You deserve the truth, Kit, Kyuubi said with sympathy. And you deserve more, Naruto said. He asked Kaguya to take him up to the seal tag. Kaguya floated up to the seal tag as Naruto tore the paper off. Kyuubi gasped, wondering what the Gaki was up to. Naruto asked Kaguya how he could undo the seal since he hasn't begun Fuinjutsu training. Kaguya explained as best she found for him to understand. The boy reached out and gripped his belly and turned the seal as the mechanical seal was beginning to unwind. The gates then swung open as the fox took his first step out. Why would you free me? I attacked your village. I killed many of your fellow ninja, and I'm one of the reason your parents abandoned you. Kyuubi asked, wanting to know why Naruto would free him. Naruto smiled up at him. It's simple, Kyuubi-san. You were forced to attack devoid of your own free will. My so-called birth parents made their choice. I got Hashirama 2-san and Mito Ka-chan. I don't need the Namakazes in my life. I never met a human like you, Naruto. I have a feeling we will be good friends. There is nothing I would like more than that. And don't worry, I'll find a way to get your chakra back. That's my ninja way, believe it. Naruto promised, giving his classic foxy grin. Well, you better get back. I sense a human's presence coming towards you. Kagaya said. Will I ever see you two again? Naruto asked. Anytime you wish to see us, just focus your chakra and come into your mindscape. We'll be here when you come back. Kagaya smiled before kissing his forehead, making Naruto blush. The boy smiled with a goofy grin before fading away. Kagaya, unknown to Naruto, left him a little gift. Real world, Senju training grounds. Naruto soon found himself staring into the face of Shizune and Mito, smiling down at him. Laughing, the Reed greeted his mom and Aunt Shizune. Well, hello there, sleepyhead, Mito smiled. Enjoy your nap? Mom, I got so much to tell you. I unlocked my chakra, and I met the most amazing people in the world. Looking confused, Naruto told them about how he met Kagaya and the Kyuubi. Mito was shocked that Kyuubi told Naruto about his former parents, but was happy that he considered her and Hashirama his real parents. She was also shocked when Naruto told her about Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of all chakra. With his newfound power, Naruto could be the second coming of Kagaya herself. Ka-chan, were you really Kyuubi's first Jinchuriki? Yes, Naruto, I was. Mom, can I let him out? I don't want Kyuubi to be sealed anymore. He's a living sentient being like we are. Oh, Naruto, I wish we could, but if a tailed beast is removed from their container, the container dies. Mito answered him grimly. Then I'll find a safer way someday. I promised Kyuubi I would help him regain his powers and let him free. Why would you promise him that? Shizune asked. Because he's my friend, Naruto smiled. Shizune and Mito were shocked beyond belief. Did Naruto just say he and the Kyuubi were friends? Wow, this boy brings new surprises into their lives each and every day. Well, now that you're here, can we go to the Uchiha compound now? I want to see Sasuke. Ha ha, okay, let's go. Mito smiled as Shizune put Naruto on her back. Naruto loved piggyback rides from his parents, especially from Shizune. Shizune and Mito left the Senju compound with Naruto and headed towards the Uchiha compound. Uchiha compound. Sasuke was panting on the docks as he was once again trying to impress his father with the grand fireball jutsu. But like always, the fireball only came out in the form of a small ball of fire. Fugaku sighed in agitation as his youngest son's failure once again in the Uchiha's prized fire technique. Satsuki, Sasuke's twin sister, managed to do it at the age of 5 and Itachi did it at the age of 6. But his youngest son failed the jutsu time and time again. Once again you failed, Sasuke, and wasted my time. Fugaku sighed. If you keep failing like this, you'll never be like your twin sister and older brother. Sasuke froze at the mention of his prodigy twin sister and older brother. Every single day of his life since he unlocked his chakra, he was always being compared to his siblings as if his skills weren't good enough. Seeing that Sasuke wasn't going to respond, Fugaku turned to leave to see how Satsuki was doing. When you learn to master the grand fireball jutsu, come find me, Fugaku said coldly. Besides, I gotta check up on Satsuki. She's going to show me her skills with the fire-style phoenix flower jutsu. You could learn a lot from her. He finished before leaving. Sasuke grit his teeth and clenched his fists as blood seeped from his fingernails, digging into the skin. He had it with being compared to his arrogant twin sister. He screamed as he punched the ground, making the ground shake. Itachi felt the shake when walking by the house and turned to look at Sasuke. The young Uchiha went through hand signs and gathering his chakra. He gathered his emotions, his rage, his hatred, and unleashed the grand fireball jutsu, only they were the wrong hand signs, and he actually unleashed the fire-style great devastation move while set the entire lake ablaze. Itachi was shocked that his brother managed to gather so much chakra to perform Madara's signature move of all things. Rushing over, Itachi caught Sasuke before he collapsed. Oh, Sasuke, foolish little brother, Itachi sighed as he took his brother into the house to tend to him. Unknown to either Uchiha, a figure was watching from the shadows, and he was impressed with young Sasuke's ability to use his move. The man in the shadows was none other than the legendary Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha compound being overpacked was an understatement. If anyone didn't know better, they would assume the entire village had come for the party. Plus, members from every main clan had made it to the gathering. Included in those were Hashirama Senju and his wife and son. It was the birthday of Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha, except the party was mostly focused on Satsuki, the prodigy twin. Fugaku, still being the arrogant Torang who believed power over hard work, was beaming with pride at his daughter, his favorite. He quickly noticed that many important figures arrived to the party. Hell, even the fire daimyo even came. This party will show the most important people in the country what my pride and joy Satsuki can offer them. This will bring the Uchiha name to far greater heights than this small cesspool of a village, Fugaku thought boastfully. The guests all arrived as Mikoto greeted them. Mito Senju greeted her with a warm smile, and Naruto gave her a lily from his little garden at home. The Uchiha matriarch accepted the flower with gratitude and gave Naruto a small kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Naruto," Mikoto said. "You're welcome, Auntie. Is Sasuke here?" "Oh, why, yes, he's in the training ground on the east side of our house. But he's been a little down in the dumps today." "What? Why would Sasuke miss his own party?" Naruto asked. "It's strange that a child wouldn't attend his own birthday party," Hashirama stated, getting confused. Well, fuck Gao made the party focus more on his daughter than both of them. "You know how he is," Mikoto said in irritation. "Sasuke kinda outgrown birthday parties, and he asked that we stop celebrating it if all Fugaku cares about is Satsuki." "Speaking of Fugaku, where is he?" Mito asked sweetly. "I need to talk to him for a little bit." Knowing what Mito had planned, she pointed to her husband that was speaking with the daimyo. Thanking Mikoto with a nod, she walked off to talk to Fugaku about a certain incident a few days ago. Fugaku was chatting, arrogantly spouting off about the might of the Uchiha clan and the skills of his two eldest children. He went into full detail about Itachi mostly, but then went into detail of his daughter's prodigal skills. "I can assure you, Daimyo-sama, Satsuki and Itachi are the best of their generation." Fugaku spoke pridefully. "I see well I know of Itachi and his skills, especially with his shinobi record." The daimyo chuckled. "But Satsuki, well, I'll have to wait and see." "Fugaku," Mito shouted, getting everyone's attention. "What is it, Mito-chan?" Fugaku asked. His only response was a punch across the face, shocking and horrifying everyone. Fugaku fumbled back before he was grabbed by the hair, and his face was slammed repeatedly into the hardwood table. His face was becoming bruised and swelled up from the impact. She then roundhouse kicked him into the wall before her hands wrapped around his neck. "If you ever lay a hand on my son again, I'll make sure when I'm done with you. The only way anyone will find your remains will be with a microscope." She seethed. Fugaku gagged and struggled to breathe as he tried to pry her hands off. Itachi soon came to his father's rescue, telling Mito that it wasn't worth it. His humiliation in front of everyone was punishable enough. Mito glared at the Uchiha patriarch, but released her grip, dropping him to the floor as he tried to gasp for air. "You're lucky I appreciate and respect Itachi," Mito snarled before walking away. Itachi sighed. "You'll be the death of this clan, father. If your influence spreads to the rest of the clan, then I fear for its future." Uchiha Compound Training Ground. The sound of a kunai flying through the air could be heard as the kunai pierced into the trunk of a tree, missing the target paper attached to it. Sasuke groaned in frustration that he missed again, but still he wouldn't give up. Grabbing a few more shuriken and kunai, he took a deep red breath before tossing and flinging them towards the target. He managed to get 8 out of 10 this time, which brought a smile to his face. "Happy birthday, Sasuke," Naruto called out happily. Unlike most guests, he chose to go and talk to the forgotten Uchiha first. Right behind him followed Kiba. "Happy birthday, Sasuke. I see you're practicing your kunai and shuriken throwing. Keep it up and you'll be as good as Itachi," Kiba said, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. "Thanks, guys, and it's good to see you, especially Senju," Sasuke smiled. Naruto chuckled, giving his goofy grin that everyone seems to like. "Your mom told us you were out here training instead of partying. I mean, it is your birthday." Sasuke sighed. "Why bother going to a party when all people care about is my prodigy older twin sister? Besides, parties aren't really my thing." "What?" Kiba asked, confused. "But you always like parties, dude." Yeah, I know, but like I said, it's always about my sister or Itachi. It's never about me. Sasuke replied, picking up his kunai and shuriken. Look, I appreciate what you guys are doing. Tell Mom that I'll be okay. I just need time to myself. Well, if you think that's best, Sasuke will respect your wishes, said Kiba. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Kiba is right. We'll let you get back to practicing. After they left, Sasuke headed into the middle of the training ground and plopped down under a tree with a prime view of the clouds above him. A shadow was watching from the roof of the compound. Masking his chakra so no one could detect him, he jumped off the roof and landed in front of Sasuke. Sasuke, noticing the figure, jumped up and got into the interceptor taijutsu style. Calm yourself, young one. I am not here to fight you or to harm you. The man spoke calmly, showing no hostility in his voice. Who are you then? And how did you get here? Sasuke asked, demanding answers. I am merely a ghost of the Uchiha clan, he said sternly but strongly. I am an old relic of the clan from the time of the clan wars. I was known as the most powerful Uchiha and Sharingan master since Hashirama's time. Sasuke lowered his defense slightly as he looked at the man before him. There was only one Uchiha that was strong enough to rival Hashirama and given the title of Sharingan master. But this man couldn't possibly be him. Madara Uchiha died when he fought Hashirama in the Valley of End. Are you claiming to be Madara Uchiha? Sasuke scoffed. Everyone knows Madara died by Hashirama's hand. You actually believed what those Senju worshippers wrote in the history books. Fool, Hashirama spared my life and sentenced me to exile for at least 25 years. He concocted a fable telling everyone that he killed me in the Valley of End, which apparently the villagers believed. You honestly expect me to believe you? Sasuke yelled. If you really are Madara Uchiha, then you would be old and wrinkly by now. Madara laughed in a cold-like way. You got a smart mouth and bravery, I'll give you that. You remind me when I was your age. You think you scare me. Hamido Senju is more scarier than you could ever be? Sasuke taunted. Mito? How would you know that? Madara asked. She and Hashirama-sama were brought back to life by the Shinigami. Hashirama is alive? Madara gasped. Yes, and they are attending my twin's birthday party right now. Your twin? Wouldn't that make it your birthday? Yeah, but the only ones who care are Itachi and Ai-san, Ka-chan, and my two best friends Naruto Senju and Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto Senju? There are still Senjus left around. Yeah, Sasuke said before shaking his head. Wait, what am I telling you for? You're an intruder and you must be dealt with. Perhaps you would like proof to prove that I am who I say I am. Any Uchiha can masquerade as Madara, Sasuke scoffed again. Perhaps this will convince you, Madara said, activating his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Staring into three legendary eyes of the legendary shinobi was more than enough proof, since Madara himself was the only one in history to awaken the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan aside from Indra, their ancestor. Dropping his weapon, the young Uchiha got to his knees and showed Madara the utmost respect. Apologizes Madara-sama, forgive my disrespect. Sasuke pleaded. You don't need to kneel, child. Although I appreciate the respect, the only people I allow to bow before me are my enemies who cower at my feet. Oh, of course, Madara-sama. Sasuke shivered at the man's coldness. Now then, Sasuke, right? I have heard quite a deal about you from my Zetsus, and I have grown ashamed at what kind of man your father had become. It sickens me that he prides himself on power alone and the strength that comes with hard work and relying on your comrades. Father just, Sasuke stuttered, trying to get the words to come out. He is a coward, Madara shouted. The Uchiha clan has truly fallen if this is what the future generation will be like. We Uchiha are similar to the Uzumaki clan. We put family first above all else. Apparently, from what you told me, most of the clan and your father don't value you as they do your sister. Madara sensed a chakra signature coming towards them. Enjoy the party. I have planned that will set you free from what your father has planned for you. The elder Uchiha stood vanished in a shunshin as Satsuki came rushing out. Sasuke turned to see his sister coming towards him. He didn't have time to deal with her superiority complex. Sasuke Baka, everyone is here. It's time to open our presents. Behind her stood her two friends, two civilians waiting impatiently. Satsuki had an annoyed look on her face, no doubt mad at her Aniki for taking up so much time. Uchiha Compound West area. Sasuke sighed and walked with them. When they arrived at the west side of the house where the party was in full swing, Sasuke stood with Naruto and Kiba. He saw his family walk out, and he rushed over, struggled to catch up to them in the waves of people. He forced his way to the front. He heard a few calls of happy birthdays to his sister and many compliments. He, however, got none. It definitely bothered him, but he'd gotten pretty used to it. He noted that his father, mother, sister, and big brother stood in front next to the table. On it were many large boxes, no doubt for the Satsuki. He hadn't gotten any presents from the clan minus his mother, brother, Naruto, Kiba, and Lord and Lady Senju. But often his father got him at least one gift, even though it was a last-minute gift. Everyone quiet down. Fugaka said to calm the crowd. We're all gathered here today to celebrate the 5th birthday of my twins. For the first presents, I'd like to give Satsuki these, he said while pushing the presents forward. As Satsuki opened them, a big smile appeared on her face. "Aw, so cool," Satsuki yelled out. She first pulled out a new set of equipment, which were mostly kunai and other stuff. She reached out and pulled out a brand new sealing kit. No doubt one that costed a fortune. Her father spared no expense on his daughter. While sealing is an expensive art, your mother and I saved up and decided to buy these for you, Makoto remarked, with a little help from Mito-chan. Satsuki spent a while marveling at the gifts before everyone dispersed, leaving Sasuke alone again. It seemed they really only wanted to gather the crowd's attention for the big surprise presents. Before he could move to find more people, he felt a large hand grab his head and ruffle his hair. "You didn't think I forgot about you." He turned around to see his mom grinning down at him. "Here you go, sweetie." He tossed a large parcel to Sasuke. Getting excited, he opened the parcel to reveal a long katana, shined to a mere sheen. The handle was carved into a dragon head shape with emeralds for the eyes. The sword belonged to Izuna Uchiha, Madara's brother. Originally, Fugaku was going to give it to his son Itachi, but his eldest turned it down. Then he wanted Satsuki to have it, but Mikoto, being the descendant of Izuna, had full authority over the possession of the sword and declared it would go to Sasuke. "Thank you, Ka-san." Sasuke thanked her. "I'll take good care of Izuna Gigi's sword." He was then greeted by a few people along the way. He saw the Senju family and Naruto. Hashirama gave him a scroll containing Madara's basic fire-based jutsus levels, E to a rank. He took the scroll and thanked the Hokage many times. Hashirama chuckled, telling him it was no problem. Next was Naruto, who gave Sasuke a raven pendant with the kanji for hope on it. "This pendant will remind you that no matter what, there is always hope," Naruto smiled. "Thank you, Naruto," Sasuke replied. Fugaku sensed his youngest looking at him before the boy looked away from him. He could see that his youngest was good friends with the Senju clan and the Hokage himself. This could work to his advantage, especially since Naruto is the heir to the Senju and Uzumaki clan. He could probably have an alliance with Hashirama, perhaps even a marriage contract. "Hey, Tu-san," Sasuke called out hesitantly. "I was wondering when we could talk about my training." Fugaku sighed at this. Might as well make it as fast as possible. His son asked him many times in the past, so it was best to let him know how important his sister's training was. "Sasuke, I've decided to push back your training till your graduation. Your sister had just started working on the Meteor Fireball Jutsu, which is a powerful and dangerous technique. She's also close to controlling it. I'm sure you remember the incident a week ago. So to prevent it from happening again, she needs constant supervision, which the elders will be teaching her. And with me being busy with clan matters and village politics getting tense, and I can't even help your sister, let alone you." Fugaku felt all the reasons were justified. Besides, it wasn't like Sasuke would actually wait till graduation. He figured that if he gave his son a date a long way off, he could surprise him by starting it earlier than he promised. Fugaku didn't even have time to gauge Sasuke's reaction, which was one of devastation, before a voice rang out in the room, and it filled with the familiar smell of killer intent. "I'll train him if you or the clan can't find the damn time to train him." Stepping into the room was the Madara Uchiha. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, Sasuke was praising Kami at the chance to train. If he couldn't with his father, then Madara himself was the next best thing. "Madara," Hashirama said, making everyone gasp. The Uchiha clan was in shocked silence, especially Fugaku, who was sweating in the presence of the greatest Uchiha, to ever live. Madara stood there in all his glory dressed in his clan war's armor. His appearance looked as if he hasn't aged a day. His attitude and expression was still as cold as his heart. It's been a long time, Hashirama. So you're finally back from exile? Exile? Mito asked. I thought you killed him. No, that was a lie. Hashirama fed the village to spare me the embarrassment, said Madara. Hashirama spared my life and exiled me from the land of fire to live out my days for 25 years. Now here I am, and I come home to see my clan at its lowest. Our clan has been in the best shape for years, Fugaku argued. In your eyes, maybe, but your treatment of family proves otherwise, Madara shouted, shutting him up. The Uchiha clan is clan based off of our sister clan, the Uzumaki. We put family first. That means equality in everything. Not that I am happy to see you, Madara. But what brings you here? Hashirama asked again. I came across Sasuke, and he told me about the state of the clan and how his childhood went. I'm very ashamed of my clan right now. So ashamed I can't believe I'm even related to the Uchiha. Madara sneered, shaming the clan and its members. Now as for what I said before, I've come to take Sasuke on as my apprentice. Gasps were heard among the Uchiha. Being a student or apprentice of Madara Uchiha was an honor in itself. Many from the clan tried many times in the past begging Madara to teach them, but none impressed him enough. But here the youngest heir of the Uchiha clan had got the attention of him, which made many in the clan jealous, especially Satsuki, who was seething. Madara-sama, surely my daughter who is a prodigy would be a better choice. Fugaku asked him. Skill alone isn't enough in the field of shinobi. A true shinobi understands and accepts camaraderie. They hold on what it means to be human. A shinobi puts his comrades, family, and village first. But a shinobi puts his family first above all else no matter what. You raised your daughter to believe that power alone and having the Sharingan makes them superior. That logic there makes me sick. Madara gritted his teeth. But Sasuke can barely even perform the fireball jutsu. Fugaku stated harshly. I'm telling you, he wouldn't be worth your time, Madara-sama. I'll be the judge of that, Madara hissed. I chose Sasuke because he reminds me of myself. Plus, he has a close friendship with Hashirama's kid. He doesn't despise the Senju clan like the clan does now. Sasuke has potential, and I look forward to bringing that out. End of story. Now go back to doing what you do best, pampering your spoiled daughter. Fugaku, not saying anything else, backed off and headed back to socialize with the higher class of people. Sasuke thanked Madara for standing up for him. Madara told him that it was no problem at all. You don't need to thank me, Sasuke. Madara said. Your father and the clan needed a wake-up call. Madara, said Hashirama. Madara noticed Hashirama walking towards him. He noticed that the Senju was getting pretty tense at his reveal. The Hokage reached out his hand to him, offering him to handshake. He reached out and took the Hokage's hand only to receive a punch to his stomach. Madara grunted before Hashirama hugged him close. You team bastard. You don't know how much I missed you. Hashirama cried. Madara's sweat dropped and groaned. Cut off the waterworks, you Senju crybaby. And why did you punch me? That was for not returning back when I was first alive and not coming to me when you entered the village today. Hashirama shouted. Madara sighed and face-palmed. I knew you would react like this, which is why I didn't reveal myself to you before. The second reason I didn't come back in the past was because you were dead and Tobirama was the second Hokage. Plus, with the history between him and me, I doubt he would have wanted to see me. Well, all that matters is you're here now, and we have much to catch up on. Hashirama smiled. Indeed we do, and I look forward to your team meetings like we used to. Madara smirked. So how's Hokage life treating you, now that you've been brought back to life? Well, I hope you like long stories, because this one you're going to love. Oh, I can hardly wait to hear it. After the party was over and everyone dispersed, Sasuke took his gifts to his bedroom and was looking forward to training with Madara Uchiha. Across from his room was Satsuki, who was seething in jealousy and hate that Madara chose her lame, stupid, and talentless brother over her. She swore she would prove to Madara that she would be a worthy student of his caliber. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, Madara, Hashirama, and Mito all met for tea that evening, and Hashirama started his explanation of what happened and why he and his wife were brought back to life. After his explanation, Madara's facial expression showed a look of rage and anger. Madara crushed his teacup not minding the bleeding and glass that cut into his hand. When will they be back to the village? Madara asked enraged. You'll see them soon enough. The Kage summit is coming up next week. I would like you to join myself and Mito to the summit. I'll be glad to tag along, but I promise I won't leave Minato and Kushina unscathed, especially your granddaughter. I wouldn't expect you to, Hashirama sighed. Mommy, Daddy, a hyper 5-year-old blonde-haired boy with blue eyes shouted, bouncing up and down on her feet happily. Did you see that? I did the tree climbing exercise. We saw Minma. That was really great. Kushina praised and kissed her son on the forehead. Indeed, Minma-sama, his ko-sensei smiled. You've managed to complete the tree climbing and water walking exercise in record time. You might become Chunin level by the time you start the academy in Konoha next year. The woman was beautiful. She had a slender, a little muscular feminine build, soft skin, brown eyes, golden blonde hair with strands that framed both sides of her face. She wore a black sheer lace tank top and short red shorts. She had a dark Rex band on her left wrist and black standard shinobi sandals on her feet. Her name was Minako Namikaze, Minato's cousin. Minma gave a big smile to his aunt and said, Thanks, Auntie. I'll become stronger and one day become as powerful as Dad. He suddenly felt a hand on top of his head. The boy looked up and smiled at the person whose hand was ruffling his hair. It was a tall man who had fair skin, bright blue eyes, and spiky blonde hair. He was in a standard battle uniform with 2 bands each on both of his sleeves, a flak jacket, sandals, but no forehead protector. He had a long-sleeved, long crimson-red coat with the Namikaze symbol on the back over his normal outfit. This man was Hiroku Namikaze, his great-grandfather on his father's side, as well as the general of the Fire Daimyo's army. I'm proud of you, my little Flash, Hiroku said, smiling brightly. Soon you'll be a badass ninja like your old granddad. Sorry to say this, Grandpa, and not to insult you, but you are getting along in years. You ever thought of retiring? Minato joked. Hiroka took it with a scoff. Honesty youngsters these days, he thought. You would think his grandson would see that despite the old man's age, he was still the greatest general of the modern day in Fire Country. The old general began to give his prideful grandson a few words about respect, which Minato apologized immediately. He chuckled, holding up his hands as his grandpa kept going with his rambling. Kushina rolled her eyes at this, but said nothing. She loved the old man for all he had done for them after they left the village and arrived at the capital. Hiroku understood the entire situation and did everything he could to ensure the prophecy came to fruition. He also agreed with them when he was told they left Naruto back in the village. In her eyes, Hiroku was more understanding of the situation than Hiruzen. He also agreed that he would be the one to teach Naruto the skills needed to lead the Namikaze clan side branch, since the last one, Minato's uncle, died yesterday. The plan was foolproof, as Kushina thought it would allow Naruto to feel part of something greater. He would be able to help his brother save the world, but also become the new guardian of the clan. Now to some, they would just claim that Naruto will be like Hisashi Hyuga and become nothing more than a servant. But to her, it was having Naruto show loyalty to his family. Not to mention Minako had a daughter just around Naruto's age, and it was agreed that Naruto and Minako's daughter Miku would marry, since Miku and Naruto would rule the side branch together. Plus, she also managed to set up an arranged marriage for Naruto with Mila, the niece of the leader of Nadeshiko. Naruto wouldn't have to worry about finding love. He would have everything he could ever want once he's free from the new Hokage's influence. Anyway, hearing enough of their bickering, she silenced both men. All right, you two, enough of your bickering. Kushina shouted, making them look at her. We need to start training Minma in the family shinobi arts. Yes, what am I going to learn? Minma asked excitedly. Sealing, Dad's Hiroshin, or Grandpa's signature lighting style jutsu? Haha, chip off the old block, Hiroka chuckled. He's just like his grandpa. He better not end up smoking and drinking like you. Kushina groaned. I'm also going to be the next Hokage. The boy pumped his fist in the air, smiling brightly. I'm going to challenge that new Hokage and take that hat in honor of the Namikaze. And I'll make them pay for taking Naruto Oto from us. Kushina grinned while pointing a finger at her husband and grandfather-in-law. See, boys, Minma is going to be like his mother. Moving on to her son, she knelt down in front of him and put hands on his shoulders. To be Hokage was my dream. I was going to prove to the Leaf that even an outsider can accomplish anything. However, my dream was taken from me by your father. She shot a glare at her husband, making the current Hokage nervous. But I'm sure you'll achieve that dream for me. You'll teach that poser Hokage not to mess with his betters, Tsunade said arrogantly. You're the prophecy child, Menma, and it's your duty to ensure the world lives through the disaster that is yet to come, said Jiraiya. Minato agreed and joined the three-way hug between his wife and son. Jiraiya and Tsunade joined in. Smiling, they held the prophecy child close. They looked a good example for a perfect and a happy family. They seemed to push the image of a sad red-haired boy to the back of their minds. Holding on to the memory of the boy they left behind was too harmful to their psyche and their lifestyle right now, and Minma needed their full attention. Mama, do you think Naruto Otuto will like me? Minma asked concerned. Oh, Minma, honey, don't think like that. Of course your little brother will like you. Kushina smiled. It's going to be your job to look out for him once we get back to the village. Remember, he won't be as strong as you, so go easy on him when he begins his training. He might be jealous and angry at first, but he will soon come to love you. Your mother is right, son. Minato smiled. Naruto will come to understand the situation once we explain it to him. What if my brother won't listen and outright hates us? Minma asked. Then we will do what we can to lessen that hate and try to be there for him as best we can, Kushina answered. You're right, I'm the child of prophecy, the boy boasted. And I'm a Namikaze, Senju, and an Uzumaki. Naruto will come crawling back to us when he witnesses my amazing shinobi skill. I'll show my brother where he belongs. Minma was an arrogant little brat, boasting about his clan and his Jinchuriki status. He thinks that his status will get him far in life. While he will one day come to realize that status and name alone won't be enough on the battlefield. In fact, it's people like him who end up getting killed first in battle. The arrogant always meet their end earlier in their lives. As for Naruto, Minma has no idea exactly what kind of power his little brother had, especially with the power the Shinigami bestowed upon Naruto. Minma and his family would soon learn what happens when you irritate a goddess who spared your life. Oh yes, they will learn. All right, now that you got the hand of some of the basic exercises, I think it's time we move on with calling upon the fox's chakra, Jiraiya said, getting an excited reaction from his godson. I'll also be here to contain you with my chains if you lose control, Kushina warned him. Gotcha, okay, I'm ready for this, Minma grinned. Back in Konoha, Naruto was meditating, trying to learn proper chakra control as instructed by his father and Uncle Madara. Sasuke was sitting beside him, doing the same thing, though he was a bit of a fast learner than Naruto was. However, Naruto, having godlike chakra, made it tougher for him to have full control over it. I mean, when you have the king of the tailed beasts and the mother of all chakra sealed inside of you, then taming that kind of raw power will require a lot of time, effort, and above all control. All right, that's enough mediation for now. Let's move on to your skills in battle. Madara said coldly. Hashirama told me that you, Naruto, hold two beings of holy sentience within you. So I want you to try and unlock some of the energy in battle. How, uncle? Naruto asked. To bring out such energy, you need to focus on the chakra itself and fluctuate it throughout your body like normal chakra. He explained. You can also unlock this power through rage when you're about to die or in desperation. Madara, he's still a boy, Hashirama scolded him. Unlocking a power such as this at an early age could kill him. I suggest a spar. Very well, Hashirama. Sasuke. Hi, Madara-sensei. Sasuke said quickly. You will test Naruto's skills. Hi, Sasuke replied as he faced Naruto. Both boys gave the sign of camaraderie and got into the taijutsu stance. They charged each other as Sasuke roundhouse kicked Naruto, only for the red head to block it with his left elbow. Naruto grabbed hold of Sasuke's leg and prepared himself to toss Sasuke overhead. The Uchiha boy grunted as the boy sent him flying overhead. Sasuke managed to land on his feet as he skidded back a few inches. The two boys delivered kick after kick, punch after punch, etc., etc. They were equal in speed and strength, but Naruto was getting the upper hand, which made Sasuke a little angry. The two suddenly felt each other's punches as they skidded back from each other, panting. Naruto settled back into the Senju fighting stance as Sasuke took back to his fighting stance. Giving them the signal, Sasuke made the first move. He ran toward Naruto to punch him, but he simply moved away from him and slammed Sasuke against the ground. Sasuke quickly pushed himself on all fours and kicked his left leg behind him. A huff told him he had hit the target. He jumped to his feet and noticed that his friend had already recovered from his attack. Naruto then attacked him, throwing some fast punches that Sasuke either blocked or dodged. He never stopped. Sasuke blocked his buddy's hard punches and sent 3 back and a knee to his gut that forced him on his knees. Using this opportunity, he kicked him in the side, sending Naruto rolling a few feet from his previous spot. "Not bad," Naruto panted. "You're not bad yourself," Sasuke replied, panting heavily. "Well done, both of you. I've seen some improvement. Sasuke, you're getting better with the Uchiha Taijutsu style, but you still leave yourself wide open at times. You underestimate your opponent too much. Naruto, you really are good with the Senju fighting style. But like Sasuke, you underestimated him." "Sorry, Sensei," the boys apologized. "It's fine. Like I said, there is room for improvement." Madara sighed. "Now let's take a break from lunch, and after that I was 500 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and about 20 laps around the village." "What?" the boys shouted. "You're a slave driver." "Hey, the world of shinobi isn't all fun and games," Madara scolded. "The bastard emo is right, Naruto," Kurama said in Naruto's head. "The shinobi world is a dangerous place. The path of a shinobi is serious. You have to make sure that you're prepared for what lies ahead. And we shall always be there to back you up when you need us the most," said Kaguya. "Thanks, guys," Naruto said to himself. The boys groaned as their bodies ached. The elder Uchiha was the roughest and cold-souled person on earth. Hell, even Orochimaru nor Anko was this rough when they trained the boys a few days ago. But they were glad to get a break since they trained since 8 a.m. in the morning. Settling down with Hashirama and Madara, they started to eat their lunch. "Hey, Tusan, where is Ka-san?" Naruto asked. "Oh, your mother had to deal with something. It's nothing you should worry yourself about." Hashirama chuckled. "Mito-chan, I hope you know what you're doing." With Mito, Uzumaki Senju. Mito was drawing a large seal upon the floor of the Senju clan dojo. It was an old seal that was collecting dust in the Uzumaki Senju library until Mito herself came upon it. According to the Uzumaki records, it was a summoning seal, but unlike the summoning techniques for summoned animals, this one was for summoning the Uzumaki clan ancestors. Every single clan head since the founding of the clan would be summoned before her, carefully drawing the symbols, not wanting to screw up. Mito was anxious to speak to her ancestors about a serious matter that involved the sacred oath of the Uzumaki. Upon finishing it, Mito knelt in the center of the seal itself and cut her palm. The blade cut a straight line across her hand as she gripped her fist and let the blood seep out and drop onto the center circle between her legs. "I, Mito Uzumaki," Senju humbly asked for the sacred wisdom of the Uzumaki that came before me. "I seek their help about a serious crime regarding the sacred oath of the Uzumaki clan. I call upon the former clan heads and the founder herself." Before her stood 12 Uzumakis, 5 men and 7 women. Many of the men were old due to their longevity, but only 2 were young, around the age of at least 30 years old. The women on the hand were quite young due to them dying young in their lifetime. However, only 2 of the 7 women were old, around the age Mito herself was when she first died. The founder herself was a woman of the age of 23. She had short red hair and a feminine, slender figure. She wore clan war armor with twin swords strapped over her back. This woman was Anita Uzumaki and founder of the Uzumaki clan. The ancestors appeared in spirit form. "Mito, we the ancestors of the clan hear your summons and appear before you," Anita proclaimed. "You say that a crime was committed against the clan?" an elderly man asked. "Yes, there has," Mito said grimly. "As you know, Shinigami-sama brought back myself and Hashirama to the land of the living. We can see that since you've regained your youth." One of the younger male Uzumaki spirits replied. "I am here to bring forth the crimes Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju have committed," Mito said in a harsh tone. "Kushina has abandoned her youngest son in favor of a prophecy." "What?" the spirits reacted. "What proof do you have?" one of the young female Uzumaki spirits asked. "This is a very serious allegation." Mito explained that the Shinigami told her and Hashirama, along with what Hiruzen told them. To say the spirits weren't happy was an understatement. No, they were more than just unhappy, they were furious. Each former clan head showed their disgust and disappointment. But the founder herself showed a whole different level of anger. I see truth in your words, and we the spirits of the clan shall decide the fate of the criminals. Anita sneered. That's all I ask, Mito said calmly. After a few minutes, the spirits were deliberating over what the punishment should be. After all, the punishment must match the severity of the crime. After much consideration, they finally agreed on a punishment. It was decided that Kushina and Tsunade would suffer the only punishment that would make even the toughest Uzumaki break. The spirits and I have decided to punishment Kushina and Swando with punishment number 13. Mito gasped, since punishment number 13 was only for those that truly have broken the sacred oath that every Uzumaki takes when they turn 7 years old. But it was up to the spirits and the founder of the Uzumaki to decide the person's fate. Kushina and Tsunade are henceforth stripped of their Uzumaki name. Their Uzumaki blood will become dormant, and their reproductive organs shall and will forever more become barren. They shall no longer be allowed to bring new life into the world. Anita shouted, "May Kami hear our declaration and carry out the will of the ancestors." Somewhere in the fire capital, Kushina and Tsunade, without their knowledge, would be feeling quite a strange feeling in their lower bodies and their chakra reserves. Kushina especially will feel the most different, since not only will she not be able to reproduce, but her chakra chains will be taken from her as well. The punishment was carried out, and Mito thanked her ancestors for what they've done. One of the male Uzumaki spirits told Mito that because of their removal from the Uzumaki clan head status soon fell upon her shoulders. Her son Naruto would also inherit the title of Lord Uzumaki when he reaches the status of Chunin, or when he turns 16. Mito bowed her head in thanks as the ancestors felt their time in the mortal world fading. They wished her luck as the seal lost his powers and the Uzumaki spirits returned to the afterlife. Getting up and dusting herself, she decided to head out to check on her son and his training. She hoped that Madara didn't train him too hard, because knowing Madara from her youth, she knew what a slave driver he was. The Namikaze clan gathered in the main building of the compound. The chamber was a round-shaped room, with each clan member seated according to their ranking within the clan. Unlike the Uzumaki clan, the Namikazes settle clan matters differently. Each part of the clan, such as the civilian, shinobi, and elder sectors, deal with matters based on their rank, but the clan head had the final say in any matter they decide. The chamber itself were now filled with exactly 350 Namikazes. The center table in the room with 3 seats was for the clan head's wife, and clan heir. The doors opened to reveal Manu Namikaze, the clan head of the Namikaze, with Minato and Kushina following him behind. The clan stood up in respect, as proper protocol. Manu was Minato's uncle on his father's side, as the short blonde-haired man took his seat with Minato on his left and Kushina on his right. My fellow clansmen, today we are here to discuss a few things that needs to come to light. However, I have something to do first. For the first clan matter I must address, I have decided to step down as clan head of the Namikaze. Manu said, getting a reaction from the clan. Manu, you led our clan to greatness these past 30 years. One of them yelled. We can't lose you, another shouted. He raised his hands to silence them. My fellow friends and shinobi, I have led the clan for a good 3 decades, but now it's time for someone new to take over. Therefore, I name Minato Namikaze as my successor. The clan, including Minato himself, was shocked in disbelief. The Namikazes knew about Minato's exploits in the Third Great War and his victory over the Ninetales Kyuubi. At first, they believed that Minato was still too young, but apparently that changed when he started gaining the favor of the Fire Daimyo. Minato was nervous, but at the same time excited. He believed that with his status as Lord Namikaze, he would have some political power needed to get his son back. Kushina was also the same way. She congratulated her husband as Minato took his place in the center. My fellow clansmen, my wife and I are honored, Minato said. As the new head of the Namikaze clan, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to ensure the dignity and honor and preservation of the clan. The clan roared in applause as they praised Minato. Now, like my uncle said, there is a matter that I must bring to the clan. It involves my son Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Whispers and murmurs came from the clan. They've never met this Naruto kid, but they have heard he was the youngest child of Minato. They only wondered why their new clan head would bring him up. As you all know, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. The clansmen all nodded and acknowledged the incident. Well, after the Kyuubi attack, my wife and I sealed and split the fox into our two sons Minma and Naruto. Minma received the chakra and Naruto received the soul. Well, after the attack, the toads came to us about a prophecy regarding one of my sons. We believed it was Minma due to him being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and so we decided for the safety of our children, we would take Minma with us and leave Naruto to be protected in the village. Minato-sama, wouldn't it have been safer for your youngest to be raised along with Minma? We could have had the aid branch look after him. Since the youngest of a pair of twins always goes to the side branch, said one of the Namake's civilians. We had considered that, but the village needed time to rebuild. So by leaving Naruto there and have his status as a Jinchuriki announced our village would be safe. Kushina, answered the civilian. So why are you bringing this up to us? One of the elders asked. The reason being is that Naruto has been adopted into another clan. Minato said grimly. Which clan would that be? The Senju and Uzumaki clan. Minato said. But Minato-sama, you're part of the Senju clan, aren't you? Since Lady Tsunade is your mother, a woman asked. Yes, but I was born from a one-night stand, not through legal marriage, meaning I'm an illegitimate child. But you're still a Senju. Another Namikaze argued. Yes, but apparently the Senju clan lordship was given to the new Hokage of the Leaf, which apparently is a Senju as well. The same Senju who adopted my son. This man robbed Kushina and myself of our youngest child. What was your plans for the child? An elderly woman asked. Naruto was to be trained to become head of the Namikaze side branch. Be taught the minor ninjutsu required by clan law to protect the main branch. He will also be taught Fuinjutsu by Kushina, since he's an Uzumaki. Once full trained, he will marry to Minako's daughter Miku. Why the Namikaze side branch wouldn't Naruto be the Uzumaki heir? The elderly woman asked again. Since Minma is the Namikaze heir. Kushina and I originally were going to name Naruto the Uzumaki heir, but we decided Minma needed more protection. So we named Minma the Uzumaki heir as well. So basically you're leaving Naruto with nothing more than enslavement, she said acidly. Watch your tongue, old woman. Manu seethed. The side branch does not question the main branch. I ask you leave the boy alone. The woman shot back. The woman Namikaze Kushi, one of the oldest but respected members of the clan. I may be a side branch elder, but I speak for the entirety of the clan that the poor deserves better than what we endure, which is almost similar to the Hyugas. You're exaggerating, Kushi Bachan, Minato said to his grandmother. It's the law of the clan, any main branch member who has twins, one of them must be sent to the side branch. Manu said with finality in his tone. With all due respect, Kushi-sama, Kushina said with a bit of respect combined with anger in her voice. Naruto is my child, and we decided this will be good for Naruto. He will be able to help Minma fulfill the prophecy, and after that he can do what he wishes. But for now, Naruto is obligated to follow what Minato and I have set for him. Well, it seems Kami-sam's thought different by giving Naruto a different path. You know as well as I do, Kushina, that going against Kami doesn't end well with anyone. One of the elders, the seated right across from her table, scoffed. Please, Kushi, you're superstitious. Kushi narrowed her eyes and replied with a sharp tone, don't assume anything about me. You know that tempting Kami is dangerous. Or do I need to remind everyone of our clan's home destruction in the First Shinobi War? That reminder still haunts the oldest members of the clan as they remembered how the Namikaze clan fell at the hands of the Uzumaki clan after the clan head at the time attempted to take the princess of Yuzu by force due to his lust for her. The princess was raped and killed, and the Uzumaki clan retaliated, and they and the Senju clan raided the Land of Wind and destroyed the small village, wiping out most of the clan. They went from over 460 Namikaze members to a measly 50 members, 10 men and 40 women. They managed to rebuild their numbers though, and they got their revenge when they heard Yuzushiogakure fell. Namikaze growled before answering back, don't bring that up. You know that memory was a blemish on the clan's prestige. Kushi replied just as strongly, that's precisely my point. Naruto was given a second chance for a better life. So I say we leave him alone. Minato slammed his hand on the table, surprising everyone. "Silence," he yelled. "I have decided on what must be done with Naruto." His stern gaze looked at everyone in the room as they all stayed silent. Kushi waited as part of her knows that whatever decision the clan head makes cannot be challenged. She also knows that Manu absolutely despises disobedience within the clan and will stop at nothing to improve the clan's reputation. She sincerely hoped that Minato would give his little boy a chance. Naruto shall be brought back into the clan, Minato decided. Also, due to his heritage from my wife and my mother, he will mostly likely inherit the Mokuton or even the chakra chain, since Minma has too much chakra to activate them due to his condition. So I declare to put Naruto into the CRA to integrate the Mokuton bloodline into the Namikaze clan. Applause went around the room, although Haruka sighed wearily and visibly looked her age. I was afraid this would be the verdict. I can only hope that Kami will intervene. Oh, she didn't never realized how right she was. Unknown to her, Kami, or should I say the Uzumaki clan heads and founders, already took care of the punishment. He will no longer be allowed to carry the Senju name, since he will be a full Namikaze, Kushina added. Kushi mentally scoffed. Typical, I was hoping the clan would change their ways. But it seems that was all it was, wishful thinking. Everyone nodded and left the room one by one. After everyone left, only Kushi, Kushina, Minato, and Manu were left inside. "Is there a reason for your stay, mother?" Manu asked curiously. Kushi stared at them all, making them all nervous. Just because she was old didn't mean she was powerless, both diplomatically and in combat. While she would be able to defeat Manu and Kushina, Minato was another matter. She could still damage them both physically and by reputation. However, instead of answering, she simply stood up and slowly walked away, making the final three relax, visibly relaxed. I've never thought that I would see the clan my ancestors worked so hard to create fall to this level. To think that you would only take back your son for only enslavement and breeding material. The Namikaze clan I once knew is dead. I'm ashamed at what's left. Minato and Kushina didn't show it, but they flinched in the inside. "I'm sorry, Grandma, but it was necessary. It will all work out, you'll see." Minato tried to apologize. "So am I," she said, confusing them. "To think you were my grandchild, Minato. The little boy who would promise me to make me proud of him. You're not that boy. No more. I hereby disown you as my grandchild. My son, your father, bless his soul, would be ashamed of you, Minato." Her declaration made Minato and his uncle flinch as they felt a slight pang of hurt in their chest. Their expression didn't show it, but the pain they felt inside from her words couldn't be hidden. Once outside, Kushi moved to the gardens and watched the fish swim in a pond. They were all gliding along the water, creating a dance that was peaceful in the old woman's mind. "How the mighty have fallen," she said to herself. Suddenly, a feeling was blowing in the wind as a shadowy figure dropped from the roof of the compound. This man was a tall man with short brown hair, dressed in umbu gear. Except this umbu gear was far different. The uniform the figure wore bore the emblem of root on it. Kushi felt the chakra signature and turned around. "I had a feeling you would be here," Kushi said quietly as not to attract any attention. "Any information from the Namikaze clan?" the man asked. "Yes, the clan has agreed on making the child Naruto a breeding mare for the Mokuton. They want Naruto to be trained to become the side branch clan head and learn minor ninjutsu and some fuinjutsu. The clan sees Naruto as a way to more prestige and power. That's all they see him, as even his parents do." Kushi seethed. "Your info is bountiful, you've done, while Kushi, your husband Danzo, will be most pleased." The root agent smirked. "Just promise me one thing," she asked. "If Hashirama sends you, yes, I know Danzo, send me a private letter telling me everything, does anything. Please ask him to spare the younger generation of the clan if he decides to kill off the clan." "I'll pass on the message, Kushi-sama," he said, vanishing from the spot. "Danzo dear, I hope you know what you're doing," Kush thought to himself. Konohagakure. Deep underground of the village in the root headquarters, lots of activity was going on. First, Hiruzen was overseeing the re-education of the root shinobi forces. Their education re-educated them to become more human with emotion and other things. Their skills were still unquestionable in the shinobi arts. Hashirama was meeting with Danzo as they were discussing Root's new place within the village. Danzo route will become Konoha's special underground private division. Any shady missions will be given to them since from I found out are the best in their field. Hashirama said. That will be fine, Sensei, Danzo agreed. But what about village loyalty? We have to ensure our shinobi stay loyal to the village. That tongue seal of yours will be allowed since it prevents them from speaking or spilling secrets. However, I want it moderated so that only the person who placed the seal on can remove it. Agreed, Hokage-sama. Soon, right on time, a route agent arrived and knelt before Danzo and Hashirama. Lord Danzo, Hashirama, we have returned from the mission with success. The agent said. Any information you obtained from my wife Kushi? Danzo asked. Hi, he replied. What did she find out? Hashirama asked. The revealed everything from what Kushi told him. Apparently, the clan was going to bring Naruto back to breed the Mokuton and have him marry his own cousin and rule the side branch and be trained in jutsu required by clan law. Meaning Naruto was just what Minato wanted. A support ninja with mediocre skill. Danzo was outraged at his grandson. Yes, that's right, Danzo is Minato's paternal grandfather. To think his grandson would sink this low. True, Minato was never told he was his grandfather, but he made sure he would be there for him growing up. Now Old War Hawk couldn't bear to even call Minato his grandson. Hashirama was a whole different matter. Hashirama was infuriated that the yondaime truly felt so little for his former son. Time for waiting was over, the time for action was now. He asked for one of the root to bring Mito to the underground. It was time for planned genocide to be enacted. The nodded and vanished. A few minutes later, he arrived with Mito. The Hokage explained the whole thing, and Mito accepted the mission that her husband had given her. Mito, you know what to do, Hashirama said coldly. Yes, Hokage-sama, I know full well what I must do. Mito said calmly. To exterminate the Namikaze clan. You leave immediately, and if Minato or any of his family see you, make sure to leave an impact. Hi, she said. Good, now go. Naruto's future hangs in the balance. Hashirama commanded. Mito nodded and vanished by Shunshin, heading out to complete her mission. She got her gear from her compound and headed towards the village gates. They did it. They actually did it. The Namikaze clan awoke a monster within Mito. They awoke an overprotective mother dragon. Prepare yourself, Namikaze clan. Here comes Mito Senju Uzumaki. Namikaze clan compound. The sound of silence filled the complex as everyone was either resting or walking through the streets. Sounds and laughter were heard as they had no idea that death was coming for them. Minato and Kushina were in their house with Minma, Jiraiya, and Swanda. They were sharing laughs and memories as they had a delicious lunch. Nothing could ever ruin this night, right? Ooh, they were wrong. Mito soon stood atop the entrance arch of the Namikaze compound. She was dressed in her battle kimono instead of gear. Her expression of coldness and hatred was well hidden as she slowly drew her blade from the scabbard on her back. Mito snuck through the shadows as she entered the compound. Entering the first house, she cut down the man and woman quickly before they could scream. For the children, she flung 2 kunai, hitting them both through the neck, giving them a merciful death. She moved quickly from house to house until she was located, and a Namikaze woman screamed, getting everyone's attention until she was beheaded. Many screamed again as bodies were on the ground, covered in their blood. The people ran in multiple directions. Mito sped through the streets, slicing the backs and fronts of all those that stood in her way. She killed a couple of civilians that wasn't aware of what was going on, but she paid it no mind. As a former kunoichi, she was used to killing those that weren't supposed to witness something that was not supposed to be witnessed, and massacring the Namikaze clan was not supposed to be witnessed. Noticing some were running to warn Minato and Kushina, she jumped and threw some kunai and shuriken at other ninjas and civilians in the street. After cutting down the last adult in the clan, she dodged a kunai that was tossed at her. She caught the sight of Minato with Swanda, Jiraiya, and Kushina at his side. Who are you? And why have you killed the Namikaze clan? Minato demanded. My name is of no importance. Only that for the safety of Naruto, the Namikaze clan must be killed, she said in a cold tone. Konoha ordered this. Kushina gasped. I don't believe this, Minato gasped. Believe it, Minato. We received word of your plans for my son from a spy within your clan. Spy? Jiraiya asked. Me, Kushi said, coming out of the shadows. Grandma, you sold us out, Minato cried. Why? This clan had fallen from grace a long time ago. I couldn't bear to see that anymore. So yes, I sold the clan out, and for good reason. Well said, Mito laughed. Wait, you said your son, so you're the wife of the new Hokage. Show yourself, then show yourself, Uzumaki. Kushina demanded. The moonlight shined through the clouds as the woman stepped forward. Kushina and Swanda gasped at who she saw. No way, Kushina gasped, covering her mouth. Grandma Mito, Swanda cried. Who are you? And why have you killed the Namikaze clan? Minato demanded. My name is of no importance. Only that for the safety of Naruto, the Namikaze clan must be killed, she said in a cold tone. Konoha ordered this. Kushina gasped. I don't believe this, Minato gasped. Believe it, Minato. We received word of your plans for my son from a spy within your clan. Spy? Jiraiya asked. Me, Kushi said, coming out of the shadows. Grandma, you sold us out, Minato cried. Why? This clan had fallen from grace a long time ago. I couldn't bear to see that anymore. So yes, I sold the clan out, and for good reason. Well said, Mito laughed. Wait, you said your son, so you're the wife of the new Hokage. Show yourself, then show yourself, Uzumaki. Kushina demanded. The moonlight shined through the clouds as the woman stepped forward. Kushina and Swanda gasped at who she saw. No way, Kushina gasped, covering her mouth. Grandma Mito, Swanda cried. Ending previous chapter. Words couldn't even describe what Tsunade and Kushina were feeling right now. Standing before them were the legendary Kunoichi Mito, Uzumaki, Senju herself. But how could it be? She was supposed to be dead after she transferred the Kyuubi into Kushina. But here she was in front of them with the blood of the Namikaze clan spattered over her body. How can this be? You can't be here, you're dead. You died when you sealed Kyuubi into me, Kushina shouted. I can assure you, Kushina, this is not a genjutsu or an illusion. I'm living flesh and blood, and I've come here to personally deal with you myself. Mito replied harshly, making Kushina flinch. This must be the reanimated jutsu. Someone must be controlling you, Tsunade said quickly. No one is controlling me, Swanda. I'm here on my own free will. Then why are you here? And why kill my clan? You had no right to come here and spill the blood of my clan, Minato shouted, gritting his teeth. Mito snorted at Minato's tough guy demanding attitude. If there was one thing people know, it's not to demand her of anything. She sheathed her sword back into its scabbard and stared them down as if she wasn't even fazed by them. The reason I am here is because the Shinigami. Mito replied to Minato's question. Shinigami? What does the death goddess have to do with this? Minato asked, sweating heavily. She found out you abandoned Naruto for a prophecy from the toads about a child who would bring the cycle of hatred to an end. Apparently, she became furious and was considering taking your soul. Mito smirked, taking in the smell of their fear. Minato and Jiraiya began to sweat. They didn't realize that they pissed off the death goddess. Then it hit them straight in the balls. The death goddess interfered with their plans for Naruto. She was the reason Naruto was taken from them. She did this. Minato gasped, getting everyone else's attention. The death goddess took Naruto from us. Why would she do that? We didn't do anything wrong. Kushina cried. You abandoned your own blood. You chose Minma over Naruto. I taught you better than that, Kushina, Mito shouted, raising her voice. From a very young age, I taught and branded in your head the sacred oath of the clan and what it means to truly be an Uzumaki. Mito-sama, I am an Uzumaki. I did this to protect him. Kushina shouted until Mito slapped her across the face. You threw him away like he was nothing. Mito screamed at her. You saw him as an unimportant boy because he wasn't the child mentioned in your little prophecy. No, Kushina said, only to be interrupted. You didn't do it to protect him. You did it because you believed Minma was more important. You didn't want to take Naruto with you because he was just a distraction to you. Stop it, Kushina cried. You threw away an innocent little baby that you carried for 9 months. You went along with that bastard without giving a second thought about Naruto. Shut up, I love my son, Kushina screamed. If you loved him, you would have taken him with you. If you loved him, you would be there for his first words, first steps, first injury. If you loved him, you should have been the mother you were supposed to be. Mito shouted louder, making Kushina drop to her knees. Shut up. Shut up. Kushina cried louder, gripping her head. You became such a failure that the death goddess herself decided to give Naruto to a real Uzumaki, someone who would be the mother that you failed to be. Kushina cried into her hands until her eyes ran red. Minato quickly rushed to his wife's side and pulled her into a hug. He glared up at Mito as he leaked killer intent towards her only for the woman to shake it off. Swanda stepped forward to confront her now resurrected grandmother only for Mito to point her kunai at her face. You Swanda are the one I'm most ashamed of, Mito said, turning her head to face her granddaughter. I stood by my family, Bachan. I did what you taught me when I was young, and that was stand by my family, Tsunade said. You didn't even convince Minato to take Naruto with him. You let it happen. You failed as a grandmother, as a Senju, and Uzumaki. Mito scoffed. I didn't fail at anything. I wanted to take Naruto with us, I really did. But after Jiraiya and Minato explained the whole thing, I thought it might have been a good idea. A good idea? Mito said, her eye twitching. A good idea to abandon a child? Make think you were dead. Suddenly coming back 13 years later as if nothing happened. Did you even think about how Naruto would react to this? Did you even think about the dangers this plan of yours would have on the poor boy's mental state? Please, Bachan, I know you're angry because of Naruto, but killing off the Namikaze clan isn't the answer, Swanda said, trying to reason with her. You think Naruto is the reason for all this? Mito seethed. Is that what you think? You killed off the clan because of him, said Jiraiya. The Hokage and I did this to protect him from what you had planned for him. Naruto is a sweet little boy, not some breeding stallion for a clan whose sole purpose is to breed the Mokuton. No, I did it because I'm Naruto's mother, and as his mother I would do everything I can to protect him. What would Grandpa say if he saw you right now? Tsunade angrily shouted. Hashirama would side with me on this one, Mito said, walking towards Tsunade. Hashirama knows what it means to be a parent. You know why? I'll tell you why. He never bent over to fate like you all did. Prophecies are loads of crap. We don't follow the words of something that is years, if not centuries old. You may be fate's bitch, but I'm not. I'll have you arrested with clan genocide, Minato said, standing up with his wife holding on to him. I'll have the fire Damo have your head. My clan was close to the Damo, not to mention they were his private Umbu division. You think you can threaten me? Mito chuckled. I don't want to do this to my village. But since they ordered the execution of my clan, then I will make sure justice is served, Minato promised her. So you're saying that you and your clan who wanted to not only take Naruto away from Konoha, but also put Naruto under a breeding program, since Naruto will have a high chance of inheriting the Mokuton. A clan who would strip the freedom of a little boy for what? To be branded and controlled. To be a slave to some main branch. Oh, I'm sure your Damo would love to hear about that since Kushi here was present in your meeting. I can't believe you would sell us out. I thought the clan meant something to you. Minato shook his head in disbelief. It did a long time ago, Kushi answered sadly. But from what I have seen in my years so far, I'm ashamed of it. I leave you all with a warning, Mito threatened. Stay away from Naruto. He's mine now. Cross my path again, and you'll be joining the number of bodies that lay scattered around the compound. Kushina charged towards Mito before anyone could stop her in a saddened rage. I'll kill you. Mito allowed Kushina to get close before delivering a punch to the woman's stomach. Kushina grunted, coughing out saliva as she clutched her belly and fell back to her knees. She looked up at Mito, who was glaring down at her. The Uzumaki matriarch unleashed so much killer intent that it scared Kushina. She couldn't move a muscle because of it. Minato charged in to help his wife with a Rasengan ready in his hand. Mito vanished from her position and delivered a kick to his back, sending him into a crater in the ground. Minato, Jiraiya yelled as he charged in. Fire style, oil burning jutsu. Oil surrounded Mito as the Sannin set it ablaze. Mito jumped into the air and unleashed a tidal of water which extinguished the flames. She went toe-to-toe with both Sannin. She blocked and managed to subdue Jiraiya with Fuinjutsu, but her granddaughter was a whole different level. She was impressed with her granddaughter's medical jutsu. Tsunade managed to grab Mito and send her flying across the ground with a super punch. Mito grunted as she dug her feet into the ground. She looked up and saw Swanda bringing down another punch. The Uzumaki dodged as she managed to cut Tsunade's side, making her bleed out a bit. Tsunade clutched her wounded side as she felt a sword to her neck. Mito raised her sword to deliver a decapitated blow only for her sheath her blade. "You're not worth killing," she said before knocking her out with a single chakra-infused punch. Mito turned back to Kushina, who was shivering in fear from Mito's killer intent. The matriarch knelt down before cutting Kushina's Chika kanji for traitor. She then used her chakra to burn it into her skin, making Kushina scream. "I branded the traitor's sealing mark into your skin. I won't forget it until I kill you. You'll be all I'll think about," Mito said, motioning to Kushi. Kushi came up behind Kushina and bashed her cane over her head, knocking the Namikaze matriarch out. Kushina's vision became blurry as she fell to the ground. Minato grunted as he tried to stand up. How dare they attack his wife? He got out his Hiroshin kunai and tossed them in many directions. Mito went on the defensive as Minato vanished from sight. Mito drew her sword and began blocking his attacks from all directions. She received a few blows until she went through hand signs and placed a seal on Minato's back when she appeared behind him. The seal paralyzed him as he fell to the ground. Jiraiya was about to attack when Minato told him to stay back. It was his fight, and he was going to avenge his fallen clan members no matter what. He tried to get up when he noticed Mito was walking away with Kushi. "Stop," Minato shouted, but they didn't even listen and kept walking. By the time Minato managed to stand up, he saw the two of them vanish through a seal on the ground. He asked Jiraiya to inspect the seal, and the Sannin confirmed it was a reverse summon seal. The seal immediately burned off the ground as black flames engulfed it. Whoever made this seal must have been a powerful seal master. "Damn, they got away," Minato growled, tightening his fist grip. "I'll make you pay, bitch, hear me. I'll make you pay." He assisted his wife and mother and managed to get them into the main compound building to rest. Minmo was informed of the whole situation and, like his father, vowed to make the Uzumaki woman pay. Afterwards, Minato asked Jiraiya what the casualties were. "Only 20 Namikazes are left, Minato, 3 adults, and the remainder are children under the age of 4, including Minako and her daughter," Jiraiya said. "It's strange that Mito left some of the clan alive. I bet Kushi asked for Mito to spare the younger generation," Minato thought. "The only question is what to do now? We could go to the demo, but with Kushi turned traitor and Konoha having the info of the clan meeting, there isn't much we can do." "To think all this happened because of one kid," Jiraiya chuckled. "The gods must really hate you." "I know that, but we can still benefit from this," Minato said. "How so?" the Toad Sage asked. "Since Konoha had killed off my clan, I can demand compensation from them and demand the return of Naruto. If they try to refuse, the daimyo can ensure they follow through or the village will suffer. Plus, the next Hokage will have to put the village first like all Hokages do. If he wants to prevent the village from losing either funding or other privileges, then they will no choice but to comply." "That's genius, Minato. I see I trained you well," Jiraiya praised. "I'm a Namikaze sensei, and one of the greatest shinobis in the world," Minato boasted. Konohagakure. Madara was overseeing Sasuke's training as the Uchiha was practicing the hand signs for the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The boy was a quick learner, but he kept using too much chakra in his attacks. He instructed Sasuke to use chakra in portions instead of one big clump in one single attack. Itachi was overseeing the training, and he was really proud at how Sasuke turned out. At first, Itachi was worried that Sasuke was going to become like their father. But it seems that honor went to Satsuki, who was training under the Uchiha elders. "Again, Sasuke," Madara said as Sasuke went through hand signs. "Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu," Sasuke shouted, using him a small bit of chakra required as he spit out many small fireballs at the dummy. Madara smiled in satisfaction as he saw how precise and powerful it was. Sasuke believed in improvement and not relying too heavily on powerful techniques. The Uchiha heir panted as he checked his progress and saw he made some pretty good improvement. Madara clapped and gave a real smile. A smile that showed he was proud of his student. "Good, now let's move on to Taijutsu. Come at me with everything you got," Madara smirked. Sasuke charged Madara and chucked kunai and shuriken at him, which he deflected instantly. The Uchiha soon swung his leg to his chest, only for Madara to block it and push him back. Again, Madara shouted as Sasuke charged again, this time planning his attacks carefully. Sasuke continued to throw every punch and kick he could at the Uchiha, only to be blocked at every turn. He jumped back and 3 more shuriken and did the hand signs for the multiple shuriken clone jutsu. He also threw smoke bombs which made Madara cough. Sasuke delivered a kick to his back, sending him to the ground. Madara managed to stay on his feet as Sasuke punched him across the face. Sasuke smirked, but that soon-to-be frown when Madara grabbed him by the foot and pinned him down. I'm impressed, Sasuke. You continue to surprise me each and every day since I met you. Madara praised him. Keep this up and you'll be like me one of these days. Sasuke smiled as he basked in the praise of his hero and mentor. Meanwhile, we find our cute little blonde in his mindscape training with Kaguya. They were engaged in a battle as Kaguya had him on the ropes. Naruto managed to land a kick, but it had no effect. Kaguya sent a roundhouse kick to Naruto's midsection, sending him a few feet away. Naruto panted covered in bruises as he tried to stand up. He charged her again and ran hand signs for the water bullet jutsu. Kaguya smacked them away with her hands and blocked Naruto's punch. She then punched him back as he hit the ground with a poof. Shadow clone, she said as she saw two Narutos in back of her. They each fired a water bullet as they hit their mark only for then to be pierced by wood. They crumbled away as they were revealed to be clones too. She then heard a vibration from under her as the real Naruto sprang up from a ground and delivered a punch to her chin, sending her into the air. She grunted in pain as she floated in the air looking down at her pupil with a smirk. That's enough for now, Naruto-chan, Kaguya said. Your taijutsu is average. Your ninjutsu is at least C rank. You're showing great promise. Thanks, Kaguya-san, Naruto bowed. Can we check my affinity now? Naruto, you already know you have every affinity. Kaguya reminded him. Let's move on, shall we? I can see you've been using the shadow clones to help you a lot in other fields. Since shadow clones can help you learn things a bit quicker. Naruto answered. Alright then, since you've been doing so well, I'm going to teach one of my special moves. It's called Shira-tensei. Kaguya smiled. Kaguya faced a training dummy as she made a swish moment with her hand, sending a blast of mighty wind, turning the dummy into splinters. Naruto was in awe at that. He couldn't wait to try that move himself. The goddess then asked Naruto to come over. The boy obeyed as she instructed him to gather his chakra and draw it into his hand and unleash it in one swish of the wrist. Getting the idea, Naruto gathered as much chakra as he could as he made a swipe movement with his hand. Shinra Tensei, he shouted as he sent a bit to powerful wind obliterating the forest landscape, revealing a very unhappy Kyuubi who was trying to take a nice quiet bath in the river. Oh, sorry, Kurama. He apologized. All I asked was for some peace and quiet for a few minutes, Kurama groaned. And you mess it up by blowing up the forest. Don't be such a sour puss, Kurama, Kaguya sighed. You keep acting like that, and you'll be as arrogant and cold as Madara. I'm nothing like those red-eyed bastards, Kurama roared. Geez, Kurama, you don't have to throw a temper tantrum, Naruto groaned, cleaning out his ears. You want to see what real anger looks like, Gaki? Kurama growled. Thanks, but no thanks, Kurama, Naruto chuckled. I know better than to piss of the king of the demons. Kurama smirked with a HNNNN. You got that right, brat. Now, since you have no control over your god chakra yet, I think it's time for some survival training from me. And believe me, Gaki, I'm not going to make this easy for you. I wouldn't expect you to, Naruto laughed. Good, because the next few days are going to be hell for you, Kurama laughed sinisterly. True to his word, Kurama placed Naruto through training that would not only increase his stamina, chakra reserves, and strength, but it also trained his mental state as well. For the past week, Naruto had to do 300 sit-ups, 500 pull-ups, 400 push-ups, and ran around the whole village 20 times with weight seals on his body every morning. Sometimes Naruto wondered who was worse, Kurama's training or training with Madara himself. Of course, unlike Madara, Kurama allowed him 2-hour breaks twice a day. Kaguya, or as Naruto calls her Kaguya-chan or Moonlight as her nickname, trained him to purify his godlike chakra so that it would safely enter his own chakra network. Okay, Naruto, in order for my chakra to enter your own network, your own chakra must purify it, Kaguya explained. Okay, but Kaguya-sama, isn't your chakra the same as everything else? Naruto asked. You are the mother of chakra after all. Chakra comes in many different forms, Naruto. Take the tailed beasts, for instance. Their chakra is wild and untamed. It's a form of nature chakra, yet it feels godlike due to them being born from my own chakra. But at the same time, it's dangerous since nature can't be tamed. Now, human chakra is more different. It's more spiritual energy than nature. Now my chakra is godlike and purified, thus making it white. Do you understand now? I kinda do, Kagaya-sama, Naruto replied. Alright, now, let's try letting some of your god chakra pour into your own chakra pools. Naruto nodded as he took a deep breath as he opened his chakra pathways. The white chakra was pooled in Naruto's heart, since the heart represents the very essence of the person. The white chakra slowly bit by bit poured into the pathways. His own blue chakra, sensing the foreign chakra, tried to fight against it. Suddenly the two chakra clashed, and it brought forth pain never before imagined. Naruto screamed, but still kept his concentration, trying to purify the chakra. Kagaya told him not to force the purification and to let it flow. Naruto's body felt like a war zone between two separate chakra natures, mortal and godlike power. It hurts so damn bad, Naruto grunted. It seems your body is at war with itself. You must try to let your chakra allow the godlike one to merge with it. The more your body resists it, the more it will hurt. Naruto dealt with the pain for a solid 45 minutes until the pain stopped. The excruciating pain finally ended as his body felt calmer and warmer. The chakra he got from Kagaya started to flow freely through his network. Kagaya looked at Naruto as she noticed white chakra started to leak out and engulf him. Naruto opened his eyes as his once blue eyes turned a good solid white. The moon goddess smiled. The chakra was taking effect. The boy was starting to show tiny traits of her own clan. His human chakra was starting to purify his godlike chakra. How do you feel? She asked. Strange. I feel like a new person. Naruto answered. The chakra, it feels warm, pure, powerful. Just make sure you don't become consumed by it like I did, Kagaya warned him. Don't worry, Moonlight. I swear to you, I won't become a power-hungry demon. No offense. Naruto chuckled. None taken, Kagaya sighed. Well, we trained enough for today. Why don't you hang out with your friends for a while? Ah, really? Naruto whined. Because I was hoping we could spend the day together. You and me. I'm not sure the world is ready for me yet, Kagaya said nervously. I mean, I once tried to eliminate mankind. Naruto moved closer to her and held her face in his hands, making her look at him. You're not that person anymore. Kagaya wanted to believe him, truly she did. But mankind fear what they don't understand, and she knows that mankind both fear and respect her. But they mostly fear her. Naruto begged her to at least spend one day with him outside of his mindscape. After much consideration and begging from our unpredictable but cute little redhead, she finally agreed and asked for temporary control of his body. Naruto, asking why, was told she would need to control his body, which will allow her to summon herself. Agreeing to the request, Kagaya took over the boy's body and channeled the chakra that the boy had to such a level it would be enough to summon her. Summoning Jutsu, Kagaya/Naruto shouted, going through hand signs. A puff of smoke appeared as Kagaya stood in her mortal form, the same form she was in before she became the rabbit goddess. She stood at a height of 5 foot and 10 inches tall. She had snow-white hair and pale white eyes. Her lips were a luscious red and her skin was soft and fair. She wore a high-collared hime kimono which had tomo running down the center and edges of the gown and adorned with intricate gold and purple lines. She did not have her rabbit ears, but she looked as beautiful as any celestial goddess. Naruto shook his head after he came back too, and he looked in awe at Kagaya in all her beauty. And Moonlight, is that you? Naruto stuttered. Yes, Naruto-chan, it's me, she laughed. You said wanted to spend time together. Well, now you get to. Naruto got to his feet as he took her hand and headed out of the forest and towards the village. He couldn't wait to introduce her to everyone. He was sure they were going to like her. Kanahagakure, Market District. Kagaya walked with her student to the village market when she noticed some looks from the people around them. However, she noticed that they were directed at Naruto, and many of them were wondering who his new friend was. Many of the men were jealous that a kid was friends with a beautiful woman like her, whereas the women were jealous of the sheer beauty she had. They would kill to have a body like hers. She did her best to ignore them because she didn't want to ruin the moment for Naruto. She smiled, seeing how happy he looked at the moment. He wanted to make sure that their day was the best one she ever had. She sensed that the villagers greeted her student with respect. Ever since the renouncement of the Yondaime, Naruto's father Hashirama announced Naruto as the savior of the village for containing the Kyuubi. He told the village that Naruto will be able to befriend the Nine Tails, and together they would protect the village for generations to come. About 98% of the villagers praised him for it, but 2% hated the boy for holding the beast that killed their loved ones. Kaguya wondered how Naruto could still be happy and outgoing knowing a small part of the village lives to kill him. It was a mystery to her. "Hey Kaguya-sensei," he asked her. "Huh, yes, Naruto," she asked. "I'm going to take you shopping. A pretty lady like yourself needs some new clothes, jewelry, and other women's stuff." He chuckled. Kaguya smiled down at him before responding. "Oh, Naruto, you don't have to go and do that," she told him. "I appreciate the gesture, but you don't have to spoil me." "I know," he replied before looking ahead while they walked. "But you did so much for me, and this is your first time out in the fresh air in centuries. You deserve it. I want to repay you for all your gifts and your friendship." She looked back down to him in response. "All right, Naruto, if you insist." Naruto smiled as he took her hand and led her to the greatest clothing store in the district. More people would continue to stare at them, or more accurately at Naruto. Some of the villagers near the store just sneered at the boy. You could see the look of distaste and disgust upon their face as they noticed the demon boy, as they call him, coming towards the store. They were also angered that a pretty woman like that would associate with his kind. "Hey demon, what do you think you're doing showing your face at my grandmother's store?" the man yelled. "I thought I told you to never show your face here again." Naruto winced at the tone of the man, but stood his ground. Kaguya, however, wasn't liking this man's attitude towards her student. "Excuse me, sir, but I would advise you not to speak to my student in such a manner," Kaguya said in a cold tone. "I demand you apologize." "What? Apologize?" The man scoffed. "Lady, don't you know who this brat is? He's the Kyuubi incarnate, the demon who destroyed our village all those years ago. You honestly expect me to believe that this boy is a 700-foot fox with 9 tails? A demon with the power to create tsunamis and level mountains with a swipe of its tails?" Kaguya scoffed. "The Yondaime defeated the beast by sealing it into a human form to make it weak. And we, the proud citizens of Konoha, will see to it that the demon knows its place in this village," the man's companion boasted proudly. Kaguya narrowed her eyes as she waved her arm to the side and blew the two men through the glass window of the store. The people inside screamed as the men came crashing through. The two guys coughed as they got back to their feet. Kaguya stepped into the store, only this time she wasn't going to show any mercy to this man. She held out her left hand as the men were levitated into the air. The two of them screamed in fear as they soon felt the air around them getting drier. They began to cough as they felt the oxygen level going down. Gasping for air, they flayed around and struggled, trying to escape. Kaguya grasped her hand into a fist, making it more painful for them as the boastful villagers felt their bones break. They couldn't even scream due to the suffocation. She felt a tug on her dress as she looked down at Naruto. "Kaguya, stop, they're not worth it." "Let them go," Naruto begged Kaguya. "You told me never let others get under your skin. Don't let them get under yours." Kaguya sighed before she released them from her jutsu. The men dropped to the ground as they coughed, feeling fresh air returning to them. One of the men looked up at Kaguya. "You're just like him," he said angrily but fearfully. "You're a demon like he is. You're his demon whore." The man took out his kunai and charged towards them. From the looks of it, he was going after the boy. Going into overprotective mode, her eyes went wide as a blast of invisible chakra pushed him back a little. "You will not harm the boy," she shouted. "Don't back down," the man shouted. "Right," said his companion. The man growled as he and his friend charged the two of them again. Only this time Kaguya released her chakra again, and the two men exploded into a pile of blood and bones. Naruto was shocked at what happened, as were everyone else. The villagers were scared at how powerful this woman was. She looked at Naruto and apologized for her action. Naruto couldn't blame her for this one. The men attacked and pushed her buttons too far. It was their own fault. "It's okay, Kaguya-sensei, it wasn't your fault," Naruto sighed, though killing them was more of a mercy than punishment. Kaguya and Naruto continued into the store where the owner greeted them. Kaguya apologized to the old woman for her behavior, but the old lady told her it was no problem. "You have nothing to worry about, my dear. My grandson wasn't the brightest man in the world, and his father's prejudice didn't help either. The old woman sighed. Even I can tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll. Thank you, madam, you're the kind, Kagaya thanked her. No problem, now let's get you into some new clothes. Apparently, that kimono you're wearing might need to be cleaned to get all those blood stains out. She chuckled. Kagaya was given many new clothes to try on. There was so many to choose from, especially in the time and age. She finally settled on a nice spring green dress. Naruto thought she was even more beautiful. He purchased her lots of fine jewelry. He got her some makeup, but he believed her beauty alone didn't need makeup as it was pure already. Kagaya had her hair in a long ponytail with a sapphire and diamond barrette in her hair. Kagaya still thought all of this was unnecessary, but Naruto still spoiled her with his allowance. After paying for the clothes and jewelry, Naruto took Kagaya to his favorite restaurant, Ichiraka Ramen. He told her that it was the food of the gods, but Kagaya would be the judge of that. They headed to the restaurant, and Naruto was greeted by Ayam and her father Tuchi. Hey Naruto, Ayam smiled. The usual like always? Hey, I am Ne-chan, and not today. I would like a miso ramen, please. A large bowl to split with my sensei here. Oh, so we finally get to meet the sensei that Naruto's been talking about, Tuchi smiled. Name's Tuchi, and that's my daughter Ayam. My name is Kagaya. The goddess introduced herself. Nice to meet you both. The ramen came out 10 minutes later as Ayam gave them their chopsticks. Naruto and Kagaya thanked her and dug into their lunch. It was tasty, Kagaya had to admit. She hadn't really tasted anything so good before. What do you think, Kagaya-sensei? Naruto asked. It's delicious, Naruto, she smiled back. See, I told you. Food of the gods, Naruto laughed, digging in more. Hey, Naruto. Kiba shouted as he came in with his friends. Oh, hey, Kiba. Hey, guys, what's up? Naruto asked. We were coming to get you. We wanted to know if you'd like to head out to the Akimichi barbecue with us. Hinata asked. I'd love to, guys, thanks, but I'm busy hanging out with Sensei today. Maybe another time. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, chuckling. Sensei? Shikamaru asked. He means me, Kagaya said, getting everyone's attention. Whoa, who's the babe? Kiba smiled. This is Kagaya, she's a friend of mine. She's been training me for a while now. Pleasure to meet you all. Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my buddy Akamaru. Kiba grinned, and Akamaru barking. What a drag, I'm Shikamaru Nara, and that's my buddy Choji Akimichi. I'm Shino Aburame. My bugs sense your chakra level. You're on God level, aren't you? My bugs fear you. I'm Tintin, and that's Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. I'm Satsuki Uchiha, and that's Sasuke. Pleasure to meet all of you. Kagaya greeted back. Suddenly, a couple of Umbu appeared as they approached the woman. Naruto, noticing they were Kakashi and Itachi, greeted them. Itachi and Kakashi and San, what brings you here? We are here to bring your friend here to the Hokage regarding the incident at the clothing store in the market district. Oh, that. Sensei was just protecting me from a few prejudiced villagers who tried to kill me, Naruto said, defending his sensei. It's fine, Naruto, I can handle this, Kagaya said, getting up. All right, gentlemen, shall we? Itachi and Kakashi escorted the woman and Naruto to the Hokage's office. Naruto went along so he could explain to his parents the situation. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. Hashirama sat in his office chatting with Mito and Kush Namikaze about the details of the Namikaze massacre. Kushi went into full detail of the clan meeting and the fate that awaited young Naruto when his biological parents come back to claim him. Madara was also there listening to the story. He had to hand it to Mito. He never thought she was even capable of something like this. Are you sure that's what you heard? You're not leaving anything out? Hashirama asked commandingly. Yes, Hokage-sama, I have left nothing out. Kushi replied firmly. How many of the Namikaze clan are left, Mito? I left 20 alive, Hashirama. Most of them were children under the age of 4 years old, said Mito. Very well, Konoha, thanks you for what you had to do, Mito-chan, Hashirama sighed. I wish it didn't had to come to that. But Minato forced my hand. Kushina and Tsunade know I am alive. And as ordered, I left a huge impact on them. Kushina was branded with the traitor seal, and Tsunade, well, I left her alive. I will not judge her, yet since she is yet to prove where her loyalties lie. A knock was heard at the door as Itachi and Kakashi came in. "Hokage-sama, the woman as you requested," said Itachi. "Thank you, Itachi, send her in." Itachi bowed as Kakashi brought her before them with Naruto behind her. Naruto immediately started to beg them not to punish her. He told them the whole situation that happened at the clothing store. Hashirama listened to his son's explanation of the incident. He sighed, leaning back into his chair. He was conflicted on what to do because one, this woman saved his son's life from two Kyuubi-hating villagers, and two, he didn't even know who this woman is or where she came from. "I appreciate you saving my son," Hashirama thanked her. "But I have never seen you before. Would you please tell us your name?" Kagaya nodded as she channeled chakra through her body, and soon everyone saw a third eye on her forehead. It was a combination of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. Madara knew that bloodline all too well. It was the most powerful Idojitsu in the world, and only one person in existence had that bloodline. "Kagaya Otsutsuki," Madara said respectfully. "Kagaya Otsutsuki. Never thought I'd get to meet the mother herself in person," Madara said in his usual cold but respectful tone. "Madara Uchiha, descendant of Indra and former reincarnation," Kagaya answered before looking at Hashirama. "Hokage-sama. So you're the one who rescued my son from some of the more hostile villagers. I thank you for what you've done." Hashirama thanked her. "Pleasure is all mine," Kagaya replied. "But may I ask, Kagaya, how are you out of the seal? I was told you were sealed with the Kyuubi into him." "Naruto gave me temporary control of his body, which allowed me access to my power in his body. This allowed me to summon a clone of myself," Kagaya explained. "Why would Naruto do that?" Madara asked. "Naruto may be smart, but when it comes to seals, he's not exactly gifted. Naruto wanted me to spend some time out of the seal, to taste the fresh air after so many centuries. I told him I was fine being within the seal, but being the stubborn boy he is, he wouldn't take no for an answer." "I felt bad for her too, San," said Naruto. "It didn't feel right for someone like her to remain a prisoner after years of imprisonment. I mean, I'm sure she spent enough time repenting." "Naruto is a sweet boy, Hokage-sama. His heart was in the right place, so don't punish him for messing with the seal on his belly," Kagaya said firmly. "I'll speak to Naruto about that later, but right now could you tell me exactly what happened?" "Of course, Hashirama. It started when Naruto took me into the village for some shopping. He wanted to spoil me with gifts of clothes and jewelry with his allowance," she said, making Naruto blush a little, which Madara noticed. "Trying to impress your new girlfriend?" Madara teased. Hey, I'm just a kid," Naruto shouted, still blushing red. "I was just showing her a good time, that's all." "See, and I bet all the gifts you bought her were just regular gifts," the Uchiha grinned. "Hey, at least I can treat a girl to a good time, unlike you, who couldn't even score a lady like Dad did when you were in your prime days," Naruto retorted back at him. "You want to say that to my face?" Madara shouted, getting into Naruto's face. "I just did, old man," Naruto shouted back as lighting crossed between their eyes. Hashirama face-palmed. "Oh, these two." Kagaya just laughed at the situation and the little spat between Naruto and Madara. Although she had to admit Madara looked pretty cute when he was mad. "Enough of your squabbling, behave yourself." "Naruto, I can understand since he's a kid, but you, Madara, I expect better of you," Hashirama yelled. Madara mumbled as he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed as Naruto stuck his tongue out at him, making many tickets marks appear on his head as he growled at the red-headed Gaki. "I'm sorry, Kagaya, please continue." "After Naruto took me shopping, he took me to this cute little store that belonged to a sweet old lady. Two men were hanging around the store, and the way they looked at Naruto told me they were Jinchuriki haters. They threatened Naruto to leave as they told us he wasn't allowed near the store due to him being a demon." Kagaya growled, gripping her fist. "I attacked the men, and I was going to kill them, but Naruto stopped me. He believed that killing them wouldn't change anything. But after they opened their big mouths again and attacked Naruto again, I got so angry. My bloodline activated, and the men exploded in a pool of blood." Naruto looked down. He believed in showing mercy to others, even to those who don't deserve it. But Mito, his mother, showed him that sometimes there are people who are beyond mercy, and that you'll have to kill those wish to harm you if you wish to survive. Hashirama understood the situation, as he would never forgive anyone who wishes harm upon his son, not even himself, if he ever hurt Naruto. The old lady was the grandmother of one of the men I killed. She understood that her grandson was a prejudiced bastard. But I don't understand why she didn't feel sadness over her grandson's death. She saw that he rightfully deserved it, Madara snorted. I know I would if anyone harmed my son. That's the whole report, Hashirama. Kaguya sighed. I suppose I should be punished for killing some of your villagers? Punish you? Hashirama raised an eyebrow. Why would I punish you? You saved my boy from being killed by prejudicial bastards. Kaguya wasn't expecting such a reaction. I mean, sure, she saved her student, but she didn't think the Hokage would be so happy that she killed 2 humans in the most horrific way imaginable. You deserve a reward. Ask anything and you shall receive it, Hashirama smiled. Can Kaguya and Kurama live out of the seal, Daddy? Naruto asked happily. Naruto, it's Kaguya's reward, so she decides. Actually, that's a fine idea. Could Kurama and I live outside of the seal? It would do us both good. Especially since 98% of the village believes that Kyuubi will work with Naruto to protect the village. If we remove Kurama from Naruto, he will die, Madara argued. He's got godlike chakra and stamina, he will survive. Okay, let's say we do this, then what? If word escapes the village that the Nine Tails is free from its host, Naruto will become an even bigger target. I'm not afraid, Uncle Emo, Naruto scoffed. Well, there you have it, Madara, from the mouths of babes, Kaguya smirked. Madara groaned as he shook his head. No one listens to him, why is he even here? He would rather be out on missions killing off enemies or go after that old guy Oanoki again from IWA. But now Kaguya actually wants to have the Kyuubi to be released and live in the village with them. Madara knew one bad thing about this whole thing. When Kyuubi comes out, he will come after him due to their past history. Was he terrified? No. Was he intimidated? Yes, after all, the Kyuubi was a powerful force of chakra. Are you sure that's what you want? Because I'm starting to agree with Madara here. Thank you, Hashirama. At least you got some brains left in that head of yours. Kurama is much a victim as Kaguya is. Naruto argued again. They deserve to be free like we do. All right, come to our compound later tonight, and we shall work on releasing you and Kyuubi for real, Hashirama said, as Madara hit his head against the wall repeatedly. Thank you, Hashirama, Kaguya bowed. Naruto, why don't you go play with your friends? Okay, bye Daddy, bye Uncle Emo. By Moonlight, he laughed as he left the office. Moonlight? Hashirama asked. My nickname he made for me, she chuckled. So how long can your clone last? Madara asked her. As long as I desire. Why? Do you like looking at me? She asked seductively, making Madara blush. No, of course, not, Madara stuttered. Hashirama snickered before Madara growled and put him in a headlock. Well, I should go, boys. Nice meeting you, but I better go find Naruto and make sure he stays safe, Kaguya said before she felt a dark presence. The presence she felt was a sort of energy that was meant to bring about pain upon an individual, and she tracked it towards the western part of the Leaf Village towards the Hyuga compound. Excuse me, Hokage, Madara, but I got some business to clear up, she said, narrowing her eyes as she jumped out the window and headed to the western part of the village. After she left, Madara was still angry at his old friend for allowing such a dangerous request from Kaguya and Naruto. Why, Hashirama, would you agree to something so stupid? Madara growled. I didn't know Naruto would even suggest the idea, Hashirama argued. Madara then bonked him on the head hard, making Hashirama rub his head that now had a giant bump. You still should have said no. You know how valuable the Kyuubi is to every nation. Naruto's going to be in danger, more work than ever. Then what do you suggest we do? Hashirama screamed. We allow Kurama to live out of the seal, but he will still be connected to Naruto, which will prevent Kyuubi from being sealed or captured by another of the great nations. The Hokage thought. All right, I'll talk to Mito and make the arrangements. In the meantime, you should probably get back to the Uchiha clan. I heard the clan is planning on taking you back as clan head. Huh, Madara scoffed. They can keep their clan head status and shove it up their ass. Besides, Itachi will become the new clan head when I re-educate the clan. Don't go into one of your dark and broody educational methods, Hashirama warned him. No promises, Hashirama. Madara laughed darkly before vanishing in a swirl of fire. Hyuga compound. Hayashi watched as Hinata lunged towards Niji, her arm outstretched, aiming towards a vital tenketsu, only to be easily deflected by Niji. She stumbled a few steps across the courtyard before turning around and adopting the Jukin stance. Niji faced her calmly, mirroring her pose. His hand held out, palm upward, beckoned her. Hinata panted before she rushed in for another attack. Hinata-sama, your form is sloppy. Your punches and kicks are too soft to do damage. Niji said harshly. If you expect to run the clan, then you need to stop being so meek and soft. It doesn't suit a Hyuga clan head. I know that I'm not as skilled as you, Niji Onizen, but I can still reach my full potential, Hinata said, strongly launching a firm palm towards his chest. Niji dodged her attack a second time, sidestepping neatly at the last second. However, this time he grabbed her arm and jerked it, trying to unbalance her. Hinata twisted her trapped arm to get a hold on his and spun around, tearing off his grasp on her. She grabbed his forearm with her other hand too, and used it as a lever to perform a flip so that she stood too close for him to block. Her right elbow darted towards his face, but he bent his head back at an impossible angle, avoiding the blow. She sank to the floor and swept her leg across it, trying to unbalance Niji, but he backflipped and his right foot caught her under the chin, sending her sprawling backward. Hayashi could see that his meek daughter was improving greatly, slowly but greatly. He was secretly hoping that his daughter would be able to impress the elders so she wouldn't be branded and sent to the branch house. He may be a father and love his daughter, but he also had a duty to the clan. He began to notice that Niji was quite the prodigy in the Jukin and the other Hyuga techniques. Even for a branch member, he was quite gifted. Meanwhile, Kaguya had followed the chakra mass to the main household dojo. Hiding her chakra signature, she moved through quietly and managed to peek in through the door. She noticed the two Hyugas sparring. She noticed the girl was a bit off and completely meek. But the boy she noticed was very, very, very skilled. Also, she noticed their eyes, which was one of the bloodlines she had. This boy is quite the prodigy. His skills are impressive for a boy his age, Kaguya thought watching them. However, the girl needs a lot of work. Her attacks are too soft, it's like she doesn't want to hurt anyone. Niji, please, I know you're angry with the main house since uncle died. But taking your anger put on me in our spars won't bring him back, Hinata begged her cousin. Niji grunted as he tried to keep his anger in check. His father's death was a sour topic for him. He despised and hated the main branch for what happened to Hisashi. Hayashi, his uncle, was supposed to be the one to be taken, but instead the clan sacrificed his father in its place. He gripped his fist as he looked back up at Hinata. Activating his Byakugan, he charged at Hinata with malicious intent, which Hayashi quickly noticed. Acting quickly, Hayashi got in front of Hinata and force-palmed Niji back a few feet. He then put his fingers into position as he activated the cage bird seal. Niji grunted as he felt like 1,000 knives had pierced through his body, dipped in salt and alcohol mixed with hellfire. He clawed at his head as he ripped off the bandages from his head, revealing a strange mark with an X in the middle of it. He screamed as his whole body was in excruciating pain. My head, it feels like it's on fire, Niji cried as he felt like ripping out his hair. Suddenly the door was broken open, which broke Hayashi's concentration as he noticed a woman with long white hair rush towards him with such speed as she gripped his left hand and broke his wrist, making him scream. Kaguya noticed what that seal could do, and thanks to her godlike ability, she can learn any seal quickly. She immediately slammed her palm against Hayashi's forehead and threw him across the dojo. Father, Hinata shouted. Kaguya immediately performed the cage bird seal sign as Hayashi immediately rolled around screaming as he knew that the woman put the cage bird seal on him. But how could she do that? Performing it for 6 minutes, she stopped as she noticed Hyugas rushing into the dojo. Lord Hayashi, what happened? This woman just placed the cage bird seal on me. I don't know how she did it, but kill her, Hayashi ordered as the Hyugas charged her. Kaguya got into her battle stance as her eyes turned white with veins around her eyes. Hayashi gasped as he took notice of the eyes, as did everyone else. It was the Byakugan. Kaguya immediately charged as she trigrammed many of the main house Hyugas. She managed to wound some, but to others she went too far by 364 palming 3 times, which killed a few. Knocking the last Hyuga through the wall and decapitating the other, she approached Hayashi and picked him up by his neck. How do you have the Byakugan? Who are you? Hayashi demanded. Who I am is no concern, but you can call me Princess Kagaya. I am disgusted to see what the Hyuga clan has become. To treat family with this kind of seal torture. To brand a child. She shouted. Boy, was she angry. The cage bird seal is to keep the side branch in line and protecting the Byakugan. Hayashi justified. So you enslave part of your family to do your job for you? Wow, you really are pathetic. Watch your tongue. Do you realize who you're talking to? I'm the head of the Hyuga clan. All I'm talking to is a man who relies on the side branch to protect the Byakugan instead of doing it himself. All this shows me is that the main house is so weak that it needs the side branch to do it for them. How dare you insult the might of the Hyuga clan? In fact, you should be branded for attacking me since you're actually a Hyuga. Kagaya tightened her grip on Hayashi's neck. Listen here, no one seals me. Never again. She slammed him into the hardwood floor below. Daddy, Hinata sobbed. Please, madam, please leave him alone. Zip your mouth, girl, this man needs to be taught a lesson in respect. Lady Kagaya, wait, Niji said, stepping forward. What do you want, kid? My name is Niji, and I thank you for saving me. But I'm afraid the side branch and I still answer to Hayashi due to clan law and this seal. Niji sighed. Going through one-hand hand signs, she channeled her chakra to manipulate the chakra in the seal itself. The chakra used to power the seal was overcome with the strange white chakra, which made the seal once a bright gray into a fading white. Kagaya smirked as she tossed Hayashi aside, making him pass out. Hinata rushed to his side. What did you do? You made hand signs, but it didn't do anything, Niji asked. I manipulated the chakra in that case bird seal. Don't worry, the seal is useless now, it will fade. She smiled. Niji didn't believe it as he demanded proof. To prove her point, she conjured a small mirror, which showed Niji the fading seal. He looked at her in shock. This woman actually managed to free him from his cage. My lady, words can't express how happy this makes me, Niji said, getting on his knees, bowing. It's fine, child. Are there others with that seal? The others you speak of are the side branch. Well then, round them up, Niji. It's time for the birds to be let loose. But Lady Kagaya, what will become of us? You and the side branch will become members of the Otsutsuki clan. I'm the last one of my clan, but I share Hyuga blood, which means you are my remaining family. Niji immediately hugged her, which she returned as he took her to the side branch compound, where he gathered them all before her. One by one, she removed each of their seals and offered them admittance into the Otsutsuki clan. The side branch members agreed, shouting and cheering for their newfound freedom. Kagaya smiled as she also announced that Niji will become her heir, her son, her legacy. Niji was quiet in shock and excitement with his new turn in his life. This woman not only saved them from a shackled life, but she's offering to take him in as her son. Packing up, the side branch left with Kagaya, their new clan head, as they left their old life as Hyugas behind. Kagaya led the side branch Hyuga clan through the village, getting looks of shock and confusion. Many thoughts were going through their minds as why are the Hyuga clan with Naruto's beautiful friend? They quickly noticed Niji with her as he was holding her hand quite tight, being nervous of a new life. Kagaya-sama, where are we going? He asked. I know Konoha doesn't have a Otsutsuki clan compound. You don't have to worry about that, Niji. I can create us a compound in an instant as I have the ability to warp reality. Wow, Niji said in awe. You must be very powerful. Lady Kagaya? Onoka Hyuga asked. Kagaya looked at the 90-year-old woman. Yes, what is it? Tell me, my lady, why did you do this for us? Why go through all this trouble for us slaves of the Hyuga? Because I know what's it like to seal by your own family, Kagaya said, coldly, shocking them. My own son sealed me away in the moon for centuries. Centuries? They asked as they all continued to walk. Yes, centuries. I'm the mother of all ninja clans and bloodlines. I was the first one to use chakra, and I use it to end all wars on this planet. But after seeing humans misusing the power my sons gave them, I grew angry. The humans used it for war instead of using it to bring everyone together. It was enough to make me sick to realize humans weren't meant to have chakra. So what changed your mind? Moro Hyuga, a little girl asked. A young sweet boy named Naruto Uzumaki Senju. She smiled as she remembered the day she met him and the time she spent with him. Mini flashback, Naruto's seal mindscape. Huh? Why would a beautiful lady like you be sealed inside of me? I am Kaguya, mother of all chakra. Kaguya, I am honored to be in your presence. Naruto praised her. Child, stand up, do not bow. While I appreciate the respect, you shouldn't treat me like royalty, said Kaguya. But my parents said those of great importance must be shown the proper respect. You certainly were raised right, Kaguya chuckled. Flashback scene change. That's terrible to treat a sentient being in such a manner, Naruto shouted, shocking Kyubi and Kaguya. Flashback, outside the seal. I was hoping we could spend the day together. You and me. I'm not sure the world is ready for me yet, Kaguya said nervously. I mean, I once tried to eliminate mankind. Naruto moved closer to her and held her face in his hands, making her look at him. You're not that person anymore. Flashback, Hokage's office. It didn't feel right for someone like her to remain a prisoner after years of imprisonment. I mean, I'm sure she spent enough time repenting. In flashbacks, Kaguya let the first tears in such a long time stream down her face. Niji was the first who noticed as the woman gently wiped her eyes. He knew who Naruto Senju was. He didn't know how much about him, but he could see he meant a lot to his savior. Madam, you're crying, you okay? Niji asked, concerned. Oh, I'm fine, Niji, and call me mother since I'll soon be your new one. My mother died when I was really young. She hated being a side branch and tried to get the seal abolished. She even threatened to go to the daimyo about this. But she was tortured with that stupid seal until she died. My father secretly hated my uncle since it was he who performed it. Niji said, hatefully gripping his fist. Niji, Kaguya said, kneeling down. I know what anger can do to someone, believe I know from experience. Don't let anger consume you, or you will be led down a road of no return. I was just lucky to get a second chance, even though I don't deserve it. But promise me you won't let your hate for the main branch define who you are. Niji nodded as he gave his word to not let his hatred and pain of the past affect his future and define his personality. Kaguya smiled as she led them towards the southern part of the village and took notice of the old compound. It was still in fine condition, but could use a little cleaning up. This old compound used to belong to Uchiha clan before they were relocated outside of the village. Kaguya used her bloodline and her ability to control the elements and particles of reality. She moved her hand to the left as the chakra wind swept the compound, blowing away dust and other dirt particles, making the compound clean. This will be the Otsutsuki clan compound, Kaguya said calmly. Unpack your things in any house you wish in the compound. Niji will live with me in the main compound. The side branch members nodded as they headed into the compound and began to take refuge in the houses. Kaguya took Niji with her to the main former Uchiha clan head house. It was beautiful, but she had to get rid of all the Uchiha markings and other stuff first. Once that was finished, then they can finally have a place to call home. Despite her being only a clone, she was looking forward to a free life. Gazing up at the sky as she looked out the window, she let out a sincere smile. Thank you, Naruto. You've given me my second chance. Thank you, my love. Mother, are you all right? Niji asked. Kaguya turned to Niji. I'm fine, Sochi. How about we go out to eat? That would be nice. I do know a nice barbecue place we can go to, Niji smiled. Konohagakure, main district. Naruto, along with his mother Mito and his friends, arrived at the Konoha barbecue. The lunch was on the Akimichi clan. Here were 2 long benches on each side of the long grill. Naruto was seated, of course, next to his buddy Sasuke. Shikamaru sat next to the right of Sasuke with Choji next to him and next to Shikamaru. On Naruto's left was Satsuki, who was a major fangirl of Naruto's. Naruto hated as he knew Satsuki only wanted to marry him due to his Senju status. Mito Senju was gripping her knife as she despised fangirls, especially ones who wanted to use her son. Yeah, keep smiling, you Uchiha skank. I'm not going to let you marry my Sochi. Mito growled, gripping the knife tighter. Naruto took notice of his mom's expression and the knife in her hand. He knew her anger was towards Satsuki as he gave her a look that said, Mom, calm down, I got this. Mito sighed, dropping the knife to the table as she crossed her arms. On the other side of the grill opposite to Sai seated Lee, and to him right followed Kiba, then Sakura, Tintin, and to the farthest right Shino. When they were all seated, the waiter delivered the meat to them on a trolley. Whoa, did they order a bunch? It was 20 kilos of pork. Some of them wondered how they were going to finish all that, especially Ino and Sakura, but remembered that they had Chuji. His clan was always known to overeat, which raises their strength and stamina. Each started to place their own pieces of meat over the grill. And when the meat was done, they said in unison, "Itade kamasu," and they started to eat. "Wow, Choji, your parents are great cooks," Naruto said with stars in his eyes. "Thanks, Naruto, my mom is the best chef in the business. I have to admit Chia Akimichi's food is wonderful." Mito smiled. "It's a bit better than my cooking." "Oh, Mito-sama, you flatter me, Chia," Choji's mom complimented as she served another table. "No, I'm serious. Could I borrow some of your recipes?" "I don't see why not. In fact, I'd be honored." "So Sasuke, how do you like the food?" Naruto asked the raven. "Oh, the barbecue is great," replied the raven. "I think the barbecue is great too," Satsuki giggled. "Mind if I feed you?" Naruto was kind of a little uneasy about seeing Satsuki flirt with him, though he told himself that she's just being nice. It was just a bit too creepy, especially since she wanted to feed him. "I'm fine, Satsuki, really, I can feed myself." "Satsuki, back off, you heard him," Sasuke said, with a kind of serious look on his eyes. "I heard him, team, but it's none of your business. I'm going to be the future Lady Senju." "Like hell you will, Mito," and Sasuke growled. "Is my brother getting jealous?" asked the fangirl Yukiya in a teasing manner. A blush formed on Sasuke's face. It turned so red Naruto took notice. "Hey, your face is all red," Naruto said to the blushing raven. It's the heat. Yeah, the heat from the grill. That's why my face is red," defended the raven. "Oh really? Is that why?" Satsuki asked again with a smirk. "So Naruto, I heard you've been spending the afternoon with Kagaya. There's a rumor going around the village that you would make the cutest couple," Mito said in a teasing manner. "Mom," Naruto stuttered, blushing madly. "It's not like that. I was just showing her a good time and great places around the village." "Are you sure about that?" Mito smiled, noticing Kagaya walking in with Niji. "Yeah, I'll admit she's cute and a beautiful woman. But she deserves someone who can respect her, protect her, admire her. She's a sentient goddess with a hard past, but a good heart." "Oh, am I?" Kagaya kissing Naruto on his cheek. Naruto felt the kiss and turned around to see Kagaya. She was dressed in a black tank top and blue short shorts which showed off her legs. Naruto soon got a nosebleed as he fainted backwards. "Was the outfit too much?" Kagaya added innocently. "I wanted to keep up with modern fashion." "Oh, the outfit is fine," Mito said as she gestured her to join them. "So you're Kagaya?" Kagaya and Niji took a seat across from Mito as Kagaya noticed the Uzumaki woman. She remembered from Naruto that this woman is his mother. She could read Mito's thoughts, and she could see Mito was very overprotective of Naruto. "So you think you're good for my baby Maelstrom, do you?" Mito said sweetly. "I'll admit Naruto is a sweet boy, but I'm going to wait till he gets a little older before any sort of relationship starts." Kagaya replied back, just as sweetly. "Just because you're a goddess doesn't mean I'll let you shag my son when he's older." Mito smiling again with her eye twitching. Naruto woke up immediately when he heard what his mom said. Man, sometimes his mom can be so embarrassing. Naruto admitted he had a crush on Kagaya, I mean who wouldn't? But he didn't want to rush, and hey, anyone was better than Satsuki, right? At least Kagaya was no fangirl. "Are you insinuating I'm not good for someone like Naruto?" Kagaya growled. "You took the words right out of my mouth," Mito growled back as lightning flashed between them. "You know what, you look like a big cream puff with that kind of white hair." Kagaya's eye twitched as tick marks appeared on her forehead. She knew cream puffs were fat-looking puffs, and she took that insult hard. She thought Mito was calling her fat. "Like you're one to talk, tomato," Kagaya screamed, making Mito growl, making the lighting between them increase. "Cream puff. Tomato. Cream puff. Tomato. Cream puff. Tomato. Cream puff. Tomato." All the children were shaking as they were getting scared of the two angry arguing kunoichi. Shikamaru was mostly afraid because they reminded him of his mother Yoshino Nara. Sasuke and Choji learned from their fathers never to interfere with an argument between two pissed-off women. Naruto was a bit braver as he tried to play peacekeeper. Now, Mom. Moonlight, let's just all calm down, okay? There's no need to fight over me." Naruto chuckled nervously. "I love you both anyway. Now come on, we're supposed to be having fun and eating a nice prepared lunch." The two kunoichi looked at Naruto, who was begging them to keep their arguing on hold so they could enjoy their lunch. Kagaya and Mito humphed at each other, turning away from one another as they sat down to eat their lunch. Phew, Naruto sighed in relief. Naruto sat down as he noticed Niji was sitting next to Kagaya. He was Hinata's cousin from the side branch. Hey, you must be Niji. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Kagaya-sama spoke fondly of you. Well, thanks. How do you know her? She saved me and the side branch from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. She overpowered my uncle Hayashi and freed us from the caged bird seal, he said with a smile. She offered us asylum in her clan and welcomed us as new members of the Otsutsuki clan. She took me in as her firstborn son as well. What? Mito coughed. You kidnapped half of the Hyuga clan? I wouldn't say kidnapped, I say liberated. Mito-sama, please don't be angry with Mother, we owe her our lives. You could end up in a lot of trouble for this. Mito sighed. You may have started a civil war in the village. Wars don't scare me, Mito, Kagaya said firmly. I can easily take down the main branch. Cocky one, aren't you? Shikamaru said lazily. Of course not, Kagaya smiled. Let's just enjoy our lunch, shall we? Naruto asked, making everyone nod. Namake's clan compound. Minato was in his office going through some paperwork. Apparently, the paperwork was marriage contracts for Minma and Naruto. The Namake's massacre was kept under lock and key. The daimyo was informed of the massacre a day after it happened. Lord Shun was informed, all right, he was informed in secret before it even happened. While he did mourn the loss of Umbu, he didn't tolerate child abduction and forceful breeding. He agreed with Hashirama that the Namake's had to be punished. Yes, he knew about Hashirama being alive, but he kept it all secret from Minato to not arouse suspicion. Anyway, Minato got marriage contracts between IWA and missed asking for the marriage of Oanoki's granddaughter and Yagura himself to be engaged to Minma. Whereas Naruto's was asked by Nadeshiko, the Amazon village, and by Kumo to betroth Naruto to Yujito, ni the Nibi Jinchuriki, and the Nadeshiko leader's eldest twin daughters. Minato knew that these marriages would indeed strengthen the Namake's clan and even bring new bloodlines and another Jinchuriki into the clan. Minato immediately signed the contracts and asked for Minako, his cousin, to send the replies straight away. Minako nodded to her cousin and set off to deliver the marriage contracts signed by him. Too bad Minato had no authority to marry off Naruto, since he's not actually his anymore. Minato knew that even though Naruto was adopted, he was still his father, so these marriages will help reel Naruto in. Phew, well, that takes care of that. Minato sighed in relief. With Iwagakure and my clan's alliance, it will end the bad blood between us. Plus, with Kumo, Naruto will be able to bring powerful children born from two Jinchurikis, giving us a whole new breed or bloodline. I didn't know Yagura was gay, but still it will bring us two Jinchurikis anyway. Enjoying yourself, a cold voice rang out. What, who's there? Show yourself. Oh, forgotten me already. Minato looked to see the door and the walls warp a little as a dark-haired woman with beautiful but deadly features stepped out. The yondaime could tell from the markings that it was the Shinigami herself. What did she want this time? Didn't she do enough taking Naruto from them? What are you doing here? Haven't you taken enough from us? Minato shouted bravely. Minato, 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 ha 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 ha, of course not, she growled. I'm here to claim the debt that you owe me from that night 6 years ago. Remember, you summoned me to seal away the Kyuubi into your two sons. And I spared your life out of mercy. But you betrayed that when you left Naruto on his own and abandoned him. It was necessary, as the prophecy we were given by the great Toad Sage was accurate. Therefore Minma was the one it spoke of, and he came first. Besides, Naruto will understand when we come back for him. Suddenly the Shinigami gripped his neck and held him up to her face. He tried screaming, but the Shinigami told him that no one will hear him since she placed silence barriers around the office. Prophecies aren't sealed in stone, you idiot. They constantly change with each event that passes. As for your great Toad Sage, he's not the one who is supposed to give prophecies that belongs to my daughter Delphi. Only she has the power to give true prophecies. Your old man Toad probably overheard it. You lie, what could you possibly know of prophecies? You're the goddess of death, nothing more. Minato barked. A child will be born from the mighty tree. He will have powers of ancients long forgotten. With power of the divine beast, he will save the world or become its destruction. If shrouded in darkness, the child of prophecy will bring death to all in its path. If shrouded in love and light, the child will bring the cycle of hatred to an end. He will bear the light of the moon and will use its power to bring peace. Yeah, but you never heard the full prophecy. What do you mean, full prophecy? Minato asked. The child born with the aid of the Lady of White and Demon of Fire shall bring an era of understanding. If the chosen shall lose his light half, darkness will consume him. The child of fire and light will shine bright upon a peaceful future. That's it? Minato asked again. Yes, that's it, Minato. You screwed up big time. You actually believe that Minma is the one the prophecy speaks of. She laughed coldly. Minma is the child of prophecy, and I will prove it. He will bring an era of peace to the world, and you'll see that I was right. The death goddess growled. Really? And you believe Naruto will just be some sort of backup in case something goes wrong? Because I heard you're planning on placing him in the Namake's side branch and be used as a breeding tool for the Mokuton. That I can't allow. You have no business here, the goddess of fate you. Yami, Kami can't interfere with mortal affairs. Minato snarled. Now kindly let me go and be on your way. I got to work to do, and I have to get back to my son to teach him the Rasengan. Angered by the disrespect, she threw him against the door as the yondaime hit with a loud grunt. Panting, he looked up to the Shinigami as she stared down at him with disgust. You think you can order me around, mortal? You think just because you think Minma is the prophecy child you can talk down to me and treat me like I'm some kind of commoner? Oh no, Minato. For this disrespect, I can't leave you unpunished. Punished. Minato shivered. For your insolence, I shall take away from you the bloodline and most of our chakra that made you what the mortals call the yellow flash. You are undeserving of it, and so I will remove the Hiraishin and 60% of your chakra from your body. You will then learn what it means to suffer, just like you made Naruto. She said, harshly reaching out her hand towards Minato. No, Minato whimpered. No. Pain. That's right, pain was the main thing that occupied Minato's thoughts as he lay in a disjointed haze of pain on one of the emergency room tables. A small army of doctors and nurses were currently working over him in a fevered swarm of barely controlled chaos, pushing, prodding, sticking him with needles and tubes, calling for blood and more units of drugs he had never heard of before or could ever hope to understand how they were supposed to drive back the encroaching rush of blood or patch the gaping slash across his stomach that was steadily draining him of life. It looked like Minato was attacked by a savage beast, but that was quickly debunked as the slashes were infused with some sort of dark energy. It felt cold with the smell of death. Apparently what they didn't know was that Shinigami might have gone overboard after she removed the Hiraishin and 60% of his chakra. They didn't know it was the death goddess, and it was better that way. To piss off one of the trio sisters was a death sentence. Minato grunted as he felt every poke, prod, etc. as they were desperately trying to stabilize him and keep him alive. How did things get this bad? Why was the goddess punishing him for trying to save the world? Why risk everything because of the sake of a single boy? What? These thoughts went through his mind as he just laid there. One Medinine moved forward to press a square of gauze to his shredded stomach. As she leaned back again to give one of the doctors access to the seeping wound, he saw that her latex-gloved hand was now painted a disturbingly vivid shade of red all the way up to her wrist. That was the second major thing to register in his fading conscience. He supposed it was only natural seeing as how they'd stripped him of all his clothes from the waist up after Jiraiya had carried him through the emergency room door screaming for help. Tsunade, his mother, was using most of her chakra to prevent the dark plasmic-like energy from reaching any of the internal organs, basically the heart. She was also overlooking the nurses who were able to extract the plasmic fluid via hose into a container. The plasmic was like a black liquid with purple energy waves. Once fully extracted, they started to get him prepped for surgery. On the far side of the room, over the tops of his toes, Minato could just make out a set of double doors with large glass windows. On the other side of the glass, standing outside in the hallway looking in, were his wife and son along with his sensei. The red-haired Kunoichi stood with her face almost pressed right up against the glass, desperately watching the knot of Medinine working over him. Her eyes were bloodshot and red, her cheeks wet and streaked with uncontrolled tears. She was shaking violently, the back of one hand pressed against her lips as if struggling to hold in her ragged sobs. She stared at him through the window with watery green eyes, as if silently begging him to somehow pull through. Off to her side, standing slightly back from the door, more near the middle of the hall, his son Minma looked on and blank could see the worried expression on his face. Minma was greatly concerned for him and his well-being. His son looked up to him, and he was afraid that he wasn't going to survive. Jiraiya was most concerned for his student. He was the son that old Toad never had. He took pride in his student and his accomplishments. He felt like a proud father when he first met and trained him. But seeing him in critical condition and not knowing who attacked him, the Sannin vowed for vengeance against the one who attacked his surrogate son. Blood pressure 70/55 and dropping. A nurse standing near Minato's head called out. "Damn it!" The doctor on his left shouted again and hurriedly grabbed another unidentifiable medical instrument from one of the nurses and leaned back down over his shredded abdomen. His hands and the lower portion of his forearms were completely covered with blood and clotted gore. "Hoshi, call Hikari up in surgery and tell her to have an operating room ready for us. Once we get my son stabilized, we're going to have to move him there fast." "Blood pressure 65/50, the nurse called. "Sochi? Minato-kun, look at me." Tsunade yelled as her strong hands began to shake his shoulder. Groggily blinking his eyes up at the one so insistently calling his name, he gave a weak, twitchy smile under the oxygen mask that had been fitted over the lower portion of his face. "Tsunade ka-san," he whispered in a watery cough. He was taken aback by how weak his voice sounded even to his own ears. There was also the faint taste of blood now in the back of his mouth, as if speaking had dislodged something and released the proverbial dam. Tsunade stared down at him in unconcealed horror. Her amber eyes were filled with panic, her usually immaculate blonde hair mussed and tangled as if she hadn't slept in weeks. "Sochi, what happened?" she demanded, unconsciously gripping his shoulder tighter as she frantically stared into his eyes. Her grip was beginning to verge on being painful. Minato couldn't help but feel guilty for being the one to put that frightened, pain-filled look on her face. "SS Shinigami," he coughed as he passed out. A fiery, possessive look flared in Tsunade's eyes, and she speared the doctor with a poisonous glare that would have instantly turned him to ash if it were physically possible. Straightening from over her son, she turned to the nearest nurse and hissed, "Get me a pair of gloves. I'm taking over." None of the doctors or medical personnel dared contradict the female Sannin, as the nurse timidly handed Tsunade a pair of latex gloves and scurried to the other side of the emergency room to get as far away from her as she could. "Don't worry, Brad," Tsunade said as she snapped the gloves on and forced one of the other doctors to give up his spot by the table with nothing more than a glare. "You're going to be all right, I promise." Outside of the operation room, Kushina was sitting with Minma. Minma couldn't even sit still due to his worry about his dad's condition. Kushina was another story. She wondered how something like this could have happened. The compound was secured with powerful seals to prevent outside threats after the Namikaze massacre from Mito Uzumaki. The seals were powered by a triple matrix seal that encircled the compound with a powerful electric barrier that would fry anyone who dares touch it or tries to mess with it. The seal would also alert everyone within the compound if any intruder ever managed to get in. So what went wrong? Who managed to not only sneak in but assault her husband, the most feared man in the shinobi world? She knew it couldn't be Iwa Shinobi since they fear him. Kumo was out of the question due to A's respect